The following program is for adult audiences only.
Sta offerta non sarà
You got me going into overdrive. Too busy, can you leave a message by the tone? You got me wrapped around in summertime. Yeah, yeah. I need to know we'll fall in love right here and now. Call me up whenever you're feeling low. Stimulate your mind, we can take it slow. You got me going crazy now. Falling into you, 'cause you're on my mind. Jump, jump on it. Put 'em up, come and show me. I guess we'll never know it. Up on it. Put 'em up. No second thoughts, just let me change your mind. Put 'em up. I guess we'll never know it. Put 'em up. No second thoughts, just let me change your mind. You're taking way too long, it's overtime. me strikes, you're all it takes to be in my zone. So show me something, just a little sign. Yeah, I'm always ready, so just tell me when to go. Call me up whenever you're feeling low. Stimulate your mind, we can take it slow. You got me going crazy now. Falling into you, 'cause you're on my mind. Jump, jump on it. Put 'em up, come and show me. I guess we'll never know it. Oh, on it. Put 'em up. No second thoughts, just let me change your mind. Put 'em up. I guess we'll never know it. Put 'em up. No second thoughts, just let me change your mind. Change your mind. Oh. Put 'em up, yeah. I guess we'll never know.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky. Time for another. And now, with great fanfare,
get ready to meet someone special. Check it out. Motivation and inspiration. Just as good as pineapple on pizza.
Congratulations.
You scream. We scream. We all scream for...
It's the Vaping Heat on Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape. There he is.
What the hell happened there?
I have no idea, mate. I don't know if it's Windows, messing everything up or what the heck was going on, but holy cow! we were hearing double and triple and repeating, and it's just like, man, I didn't believe that, this was going to be a chorus today. Man, what's going on? They don't want us to talk about this. That's what it is.
Oh,
honestly, I think that's what it boils down to.
Somebody's watching. Wow.
Whew. Let's see if I can get you to actually hear what's going on again without hearing yourself double or triple.
Hope now okay.
Hey, it looks good on this end. That's awesome. Let's see if we can play some sound effects. Holy cow.
Holy moly.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is beautiful.
I can just see you.
That is beautiful. Vape Pal, Mallory Gates, Michael Redfern, and Andy C. Hello and welcome to the stream today. I just came across some stuff. We talked about stuff last week about this new book that came out. Good Energy. I haven't had a whole lot of time to sit down and actually read. I did flip through it and read a couple passages and just... It's shocking to think that, our entire lives, our health, has been sabotaged. I mean, that's the only way I could actually say it in the most truthful way from what I've understood of the whole situation so far. Our whole health has been sabotaged, and government subsidies play a big part in all of this propaganda that we're hearing in front of us today. Time after time again, they tell us, oh, this is the food pyramid. This is what you're supposed to eat. This is healthy. We had a bunch of scientists figure this out. This is what you're supposed to do. All right, man. Sounds good. Well, let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to do this or this or this, but you say it's healthy, so we'll start at the bottom and work our way up, right? How's that working out for us? Eating one meal a day, I'm, adding a stone onto my body mass once a month. It's been going on that way since we had the big C word that nobody's ever allowed to talk about. Especially when you talk about it and you talk about vaping and then banned.
What was that? What?
Yeah. That's exactly it, mate. So I did some digging.
Why don't we confuse them and do the Latin name for it, and I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, the only one's actually going to be able to figure it out is the AI that they have built in monitoring everything that's going on.
Let me sit there and go, what the hell is that?
What? And as you guys saw the intro to this video today, because, I wasn't sure how all the settings were going to go. We had a bunch of updates that went out. Anyway, long story short, I put Civilization on. That's what the game was that you guys saw me playing on the intro to this show. And that's exactly what these multi-billionaires and oligarchs are sitting there doing. They're like a bunch of, computer nerds sitting there playing their game on the world table and going, wonder what happens if we tell everybody over there one thing and tell somebody else over there one thing, and then we just sit back and watch what happens. How many people die over there?
Movie?
And how many people die over here?
Remember the movie? Remember the movie War Games?
War Games. I remember that.
Yeah, remember?
Shall we play a game?
Game, yeah. See, that's what they're doing now, man. Yeah.
Thermonuclear war?
Nintendo.
You want to play thermonuclear war? No, I want to play chess.
Well, exactly. We're so close. I mean,
holy cow. So I did some digging, I did some research. And man, was it a pain in the wazoo to try and come up with the news for this week. They gave me plenty of information when I was searching for tobacco. But heaven forbid that you actually try and do a actual search in this country for vaping and vape news. I don't know what you're talking about. That's Google's answer. Oh, no, dude. There's this, we got some vape detectors. We got kids vaping. I'm like, I want something from the past week. Oh, well, this school district installed this vape detector. I'm like, that's not news. So you start adding things like, don't show me this. Don't show me this. Don't show me this. Put a minus in front of it and, a description of what you don't want to see. And it's supposed to, like, get rid of all that. But it doesn't work. So then you got to use a Tor browser, and then you come out all over in the world, different places. And then you come to find out how much censorship is already there on all these websites. I popped out, the Tor browser came out in Germany and was doing a search from Germany. I came out with a whole bunch of lists. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take that article. I'll take that article. I'll take that article. And then it came to another article and it says, oh, you can't see that. We can't comply with EU's privacy directive. So you're just not allowed to see our website. What? How are these privacy settings actually making the situation better if it's preventing people from getting access to information? Freedom of speech means freedom of all speech. It doesn't just mean the speech that you like or that's good for your political motivations and agendas. Free speech has to be all perspectives. And it's kind of like the what was it, American president? They had that speech in there where they said, America's tough, man. You got to be willing to sit there and listen to somebody speak at the top of their lungs for their entire life, that which you would oppose in the exact same way. That's what free speech is. And that's how we come to consensus, is when you have more and more communication, people start seeing your point of view and you start seeing their point of view. And little by little, as time goes on, we come to a universal understanding, and you may not agree with my position and I may not agree with your position, but at least we understand each other and we can come up with a compromise on what's going to be the best for society in the long run. Except when, they have mass prohibition of free speech being enacted upon us, and it's like, what? How are we supposed to come to a consensus? We're not following some dictatorship ideology. That's not how society was supposed to be, and I would never stand for it to be that way. Exactly, Michael. The best way to stop bad speech is with good speech, not censorship. So we'll get into all that stuff later on when we get into the news.
It's all gone tits up, man.
Yeah, man. You should see all the stuff on Twitter. You probably don't have much time to follow that stuff or look on it, but they're talking about all these people getting arrested, and I guess the founder of Telegram was arrested by Emmanuel Macron's goons. For what? For not bowing down to the censorship regime? It's utterly preposterous.
I think, yeah. With all the rioters, they were trying to put getting arrested for rioting, which is like public order offences and all that shit. But they're actually trying to change the offence to some kind of terrorism offence, and you're like, what the fuck? Which could like get up to 10 years. 10 years for having a riot, you know what I mean? Fuck off. You don't even fucking send fucking sex offenders away for that fucking long, man, you pricks, you know what I mean? Jesus Christ almighty.
Disproportional response is the first blaring symptom of a problem in society. You're supposed to have peaceful protest. How about the people that were arrested for praying? That's happened in this country too. Yeah. There were people that were arrested for praying in front of a Planned Parenthood. What? Why? And then I see that same shit going over in the UK. People are just getting arrested for ridiculous reasons. Disturbing the peace.
Exactly.
What?
Bullshit.
Utterly preposterous, man. And despite the fact that YouTube does not like it when we do retro vapes, I got a fantastic retro vape because my son went home, so I had to take my mom back home. She was so glad to be back in her own environment and doing her little gardening and all that other stuff.
Oh.
Cut the grass. But I did get a chance to stop at my favorite vape shop. Brick City Vapors.
Is your mum feeling better now? Is your mum feeling better now anyway? Good.
Yeah, mum was fine. She was here with us this past month while my son was home on leave. And granted, he didn't come over all that much because his mom's the kind of mom that, you know, his entire life, she's had to plan every second of his life. So when he's home on leave, she's like, hey, man, I'm going to take you to the ball game. Hey, man, let's go out to eat tonight. Hey, man, your Uncle Andy wants to see you, so we're going to go out to dinner tonight, or we're going to go see a movie. Old habits die hard.
I've seen that one before.
Whatever.
Yes.
I got to see him. I was very happy. My mom was very happy. She's like, I'm glad I stayed with you for a whole month because I know for a fact that he came over more often because I was here, which meant you got to see him more. And I'm like, hey, it's awesome. I loved it. So long story short, I had to stop by Brick City Vapors, North Olmsted, Ohio. And I'm like, listen, I need a retro vape for this week. What do you got? What do you got? I was looking around. And the place was hopping. Some lady came in and she's like, you know, I just need a disposable because I quit smoking. I just quit smoking and I got the one, but it only lasted like 2 days. It's like, it's not enough. I'm like, do you enjoy that? She's like, nah, it's too throaty. It's too punchy in the throat. I'm like, that's because these things are all like 5% solution. So, you know, your best option is to get yourself a little pod mod, like, you know, like an Oxva, an XLIM, or the XLIM SQ Pro. Get a little pod system like this, and then you can put whatever liquid in it you want. You know what I mean? And it won't be harsh on your throat. She's like, I don't want to get that much money into it. I'm thinking to myself, you don't want to get that much money into it. How much money do you spend when you spend a carton of cigarettes?
Exactly. It's half the price.
I mean, realistically, it's a vape shop, right? They got to make some money. So you're probably going to spend about a carton of cigarettes worth of money in the shop to get a simple setup, a simple pod mod system, a bottle of e-liquid, and a spare pack of coils so that when that one dies, you're not left up and hanging, not being able to use your thing, right? She's like, nah, I just want a disposable. I'm going to quit that too. Well, more power to you. Stick with it. It works. But it's not something you can buy one disposable and just quit. Doesn't work that way with prescription stuff. Anyway, here's our featured item for this week. Vapefly Core RTA that we're going to throw onto a brand new CENTAURUS box mod.
Hang on a minute. You've got boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of shit in your room or office or studio, whatever you want to call it, and you're going out buying retro vapes. I'm scratching my head.
Yeah, I've always wanted the CENTAURUS. I love that little design on the side, and I'm like, I don't know what it's like. Is it like the Lost Vape Dilemma Quest, or what's it like? Is it more like a DNA? I mean, I can't have a basis of comparison if I don't know what I'm comparing it against.
I might have one of them somewhere. It's a possibility.
It was really popular for a good time. Vic talks about it all the time. He's got one.
Yeah, good mod. Very good mod.
Yeah, so I want to say thank you for Brick City Vapors.
I think my next purchase, I would like to get. It's an old device, but I want the clutch. Really like the clutch.
Mike Vape's clutch.
I really like the look of that. Yeah, it really looks good. I just never got around to getting one because it was bloody expensive at the time.
Oh, they're outrageously expensive for a chunk of metal. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, we shall see.
Yeah, well, that's the joy of it. You know, we've successfully quit smoking, and now it's become a hobby for us. So it's like, let me see what you got there. That looks interesting. I want to try that. No, it truly is a hobby. It's like, I never collected stamps, so I can't compare it to anything, you know? Did you ever have a collection of anything? Did you ever go down that path?
Car bits.
I mean, the closest I ever got to it was Zippos. And it wasn't like I was actively trying to seek out all the coolest Zippos in the world, but it was like, you know, because I'm a smoker and I was a diehard smoker and I was like 2-3 packs a day, I went through Zippos like crazy.
When I was a lot younger, I think it was birds' eggs. We used to have a collection of birds' eggs. We used to go bird nesting, even though it's totally illegal here in the UK, but we used to have a collection of birds' eggs.
Nice.
And I used to hide them. I used to have the collection and I hid them. I made some false drawers in my wardrobe and I filled them with a little layer of sand and I had them all sat in these little drawers full of sand in the wall, labelled what species they were. Hide them from my dad because he would have killed us.
If I go to New Zealand, will they let me collect hobbits? Asking for a friend.
You never know.
Hey, bastards, like, label it as a battery tester and send it to me.
Good thinking.
Or I can buy like
Batman.
a case. I'll have to go on like Temu or something and order a bunch of those soldering iron, 510 connection soldering irons. You just tape that onto any mod and send it. Plain packaging.
Yeah. The soldering iron. Sorry, soldering iron.
Exactly.
Good thinking.
Michael Redfern says, freedom is something that dies unless it's used.
True.
You need to stand up and exercise your rights that you have. And when they ban things and prohibit things, and if nobody puts up a fight, they got their way. Little by little, your freedoms are chiseled away. Next thing you know, you're standing there going, I remember there was a story about this once during Nazi Germany. You know, they came for the Catholics, and I didn't worry about that because I wasn't a Catholic. They came for the Protestants. I didn't worry about that because I was a Protestant. And then when they finally came for me, there was nobody left to fight back.
Yeah.
And they started with the Jews. Then the professors,
crazy world, friend.
The scientists. It's a crazy world we live in nowadays. Speaking of crazy world we live in, have you heard about all this stuff going on? RFK Jr., he is actually being a true patriot. He has withdrawn his name in the 10 states where it is a chance that he could have beat Trump, right? And has endorsed Trump for the presidency.
Really?
Not only did he do it, but Tulsi Gabbard is now out there stomping for Trump to be reelected. Isn't it funny how everybody that the censorship complex has had an agenda on in the last 4 to 10 years is now all of a sudden coming forth and standing behind him for a unity party?
Well, the opposition, that I call her a woman in waiting because obviously she was the vice president of Biden. I thought she was waiting for Biden to peg it before she got a shot at the presidency.
That's what the rumor was. Everybody was like, he's going to kick the bucket long before his term's up, and she's going to take over, and you're going to be stuck with her for 8 years.
Running. Yeah, now she's running, and I'm not convinced by her either. Sorry.
Listen, the best part, regardless of what you think about RFK, right? The best part about this whole deal is this is a bigger thing that he's doing for the good of our country, right? There's so many people that live in red states or blue states, and it doesn't matter what side you're on. If you go to vote, you will never win because they just have a dominance of Republicans or a dominance of Democrats. And if you're sick and tired of this duopoly system where you only have the lesser of two evils to choose from, you need to vote for RFK. Because even though he's not going to win enough votes to ever become the president, if he gets more than 5% of the votes, then the political party, the Unity Party, is going to be recognized as a normal party that's going to get financial funding from the government to establish itself as a third party to be on every election from this point forward.
We had a similar thing when the Lib Dems popped up. It was always Labour Conservative. There was no, competition from anywhere else. And the Liberal Democrats came up. So they're kind of like the third place one now. You've got your Tories, your Labour, and then the Lib Dems now. But they were way out in the shadows not so long ago until they started winning. All it is about winning enough seats where you can have an MP who sits in the House of Commons. Well, that's what the Farage did with his party. He's won enough seats to get an MP in the House of Parliament, and that's where he is now.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. If we get enough people to vote for RFK and they get to have this party recognized now on all the ballots, for every election, little by little, we can start having a centrist person voted in office to oust a bunch of these lifers that have been there longer than we've been alive. They've literally been in political office longer than we've been alive. And nobody runs against them because it's like the internet service here. You have a monopoly, even though it's not a monopoly. But you only have one real choice if you want to have internet at this address.
Yeah.
And it's nobody's running against them.
That's the thing. You've got to have some. I mean, I know Farage, he knew he wasn't going to win the election, but he got his place in the House and the Parliament, so now he is sitting there, he can challenge the two bigger parties. You've got somebody there now who can challenge what they're doing, rather than just doing what they fucking want type of thing, you know what I mean? So that's the whole point of it, and although I never voted for him, I'm glad he's in, so somebody can keep them in line or challenge them or whatever, so... got to be done.
Yeah, if this new political party takes a foothold, it's going to be nice to have a centrist person to rein in both sides. Because we talk about this all the time. Most of us agree on most of the things that need to be fixed in this country. And those are the only things that neither party wants to fix. Because if they fix it, well, then you have nothing to complain about for the next election. It's utterly preposterous.
Plus, should be stopping them making money as well, because they're obviously making billions and billions of dollars, pounds, wherever they are, out of all this crap anyway, you know what I mean? So,
you hear people ask that question all the time. How is it that a senator that makes $125,000 a year, right, can enter political office with a net worth that's the same as you and me, and after being there for 20 years, they're worth billions of dollars?
Yeah.
These guys need to go.
Thumbs in the pie.
That's the whole issue.
They've got the thumb. They come in, they stick their thumbs in the pie, don't they?
And they have insider knowledge.
Yep.
That's a whole other conversation. But we got a wonderful retro vape set up for you guys today. I've got all my tanks cleaned out. Saturday, before I took my mother home, I mixed up 3 bottles of e-liquid. So you guys get to pick today what we're going to try out, what I'm going to throw in my tank. Those are from Flavors. Pulled up a bunch of his old recipes, and I'm like, let me mix some of this stuff up. So we got a bunch of those to try. Janine Timmons, hello and welcome. Sharon Gotchell, hello and welcome. A Bastard, we talked earlier. Al Ben, William Dobson, Sean Lynch, Andy C. All right. Hot diggity, dog diggity, I think it's time for us to jump into the news and find out, is the United States government still giving out tobacco subsidies? And I'm not just talking about the propaganda and the misinformation from the FDA and Brian King. I'm talking about actual money to farmers to grow tobacco. Are they doing that?
Probably.
Because I listened to the Tucker Carlson episode. I mean, he's been having all kinds of people out there talking to about this and about that. He had talked about some prepper that didn't even know who the president was. Anyway, during one of his videos I was watching, he was talking with basically a guy who's a political analyst, right? He knows everything that's going on about all the politics and who does who and whatnot. And the conversation came up to the point of regulations. We have all these regulatory agencies and why this is such an important thing for the vape industry to go to the Supreme Court, and why they need to rein in these regulations because the government isn't what it used to be, right? Congress was supposed to make the laws and you follow the laws and that's how it goes. Well, as time has gone on, these agencies, these regulatory agencies have gotten more and more power. It's a long story, but trust me, it boils down to the fact that FDA and the EPA and whatever, they make all these regulations and all these things that everybody has to follow and nobody knows about these things. So they're published in the registrar, right? So he asked AI and he asked the agencies how many laws there are if you wanted to start up a business that you have to follow in all the regulations that the United States has. And he says, unknown, unknowable, not calculable.
Really?
Those are the
Wow.
regulations that you would have to follow if you wanted to open up a business. You don't know all the rules you're supposed to follow because there's so many of them from so many different agencies. Like, you've got EPA stuff you got to follow, as far as your drainage ditches for your parking lot, and you've got handicap accessibility things that are controlled by this, and you've got non-smoking areas you got to do that are regulated by this. And so then he asked, he's like, simplified. He's like, how many actual laws do we have in the United States that we have to follow and we can look up? Over 300,000.
Wow. Bureaucracy.
I don't care how good of a lawyer you are. There's no way in hell you could know all 300,000 laws, federal laws. That's not even talking state, county, municipal laws that are on top of those. That's just federal laws to follow.
Wow. Oh, Jesus.
So it's no wonder that in the news we're going to find out about the tobacco subsidies that are now given to farmers, even though Congress has passed a law that says it's illegal to give farmers money to grow tobacco. That's bad. We're going to follow the World Health Organization. But let's get into the news. Alrighty, we're going to start off with Tucker Carlson, and this is going back to that Casey Means interview that he did. Stanford educated surgeon, author of Good Energy. And they talk this whole episode about how the EPA hasn't bothered to protect us at all, right? The pesticides that are used on our food supply get into the water supply, and there's chemicals that are in our food and our water that we consume on a regular basis that are essentially making us sick, all of us. It isn't just, high fructose corn syrup or sugar, although we're going to talk about those things later on too. It isn't about tobacco. It isn't that, that's the only thing that's making us sick. Oh my God, we got to get everybody to stop smoking and abstinence is the only answer. That didn't work for safe sex either, did it? That's why safe sex is now what's taught in school. Use condoms and protection. And anyway, very short clip from her.
As of course, they're funding pharma and food.
Can I ask? So you all are focused on children, which is indisputably the right thing. But for people my age, maybe even your age, watching someone you love die from dementia, from Alzheimer's, universally regarded as the worst thing, just the worst thing. And it seems to me the incidence of dementia is like rising.
Yeah.
Am I imagining that? If it's true, why is it happening? What can be done?
It's going up rapidly. It's happening in younger people. We're seeing Alzheimer's in people as young as 50. There are no drugs that actually reverse the disease. There are no good drugs for Alzheimer's. And we know... Still, there are no drugs there's drugs that slightly slow the progression but do nothing to reverse the disease. And research from top journals in the world like The Lancet have explicitly stated that it is modifiable lifestyle factors that drive the development of this disease. Things like healthy eating, smoking, and moving and exercise. These are the best possible way we could prevent Alzheimer's in this country is by people getting up and moving more, eating unprocessed organic food, not smoking. And
oh, she said a keyword there, organic food. You would think that organic food means a wonderful thing, and you go to the store and you see organic food, it always costs more, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Except when you dig into the thing, you come to find out that, organic fertilizer is essentially animal waste, right? That's what it is. You take the cow's poop and you go and you spread it over the field. That's your fertilizer, because you're restoring the nutrients into the soil. And that works fantastic when you have small-scale farms that use their own feces from their own animals as fertilizer. But we live in an industrial world where you have corporations that run farms that cover, a fourth of the state, right? Or you have industrial farms where you've got the growers on one side of town, you've got the animal farm on the other side of town, and where all the pigs are growing and all the poop that comes out of the pigs, that's being used to spray onto the fields where all the vegetables are growing, your organic vegetables. Why do you think we have such a problem with lettuce being recalled on a regular basis and tomatoes? I think it's Arizona was the state. It eludes me exactly where the location was. It was up Midwest. It was up west. And you've got all these recalls from the FDA going, oh, my God, we found out that this lettuce has, this bacteria on it. It can kill you. It can make you sick. We have to recall it all, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's because the industrialized farms are right next to each other, so they don't have to transport the shit from one farm to the other farm. They just run it down a canal. Except there's not testing to see whether, it's safe to use that as a fertilizer. And it's not always pig poop. And it's not always cow poop. It can be all different kind of things. But the point is, there's nobody out there actually looking out for us. Our government's shooting themselves in the foot on a regular basis. It's not just here. It's not just in Australia. It's not in the UK. Everywhere, all over the planet. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand doing, and neither one of them knows what the laws were that they implemented or the regulations that each of them implemented to protect us from each other. It's the opposite of what it should be. And what is the simplest thing that, Congress does to get people to change their behavior? Well, we give subsidies out. We give subsidies out for, companies to do the right thing. I was shocked to see, how much money is actually sent out in subsidies. I had an inkling of it, but I'm like, look, who's profiting from all this money that's being put out there by the government? Boeing, Intel, Ford, General Motors, Micron, Amazon. Why is Amazon subsidized?
You see?
Huh? Yeah, I mean, it's great. They have a wonderful business model, and, you can order something and be here the next day or whatever. You pay a subscription, and you don't have to pay shipping fees. But Amazon is subsidized to the tune of, what's this? Huh? $5.8 billion? 460 awards?
I'll be happy with one award.
And Boeing?
Holy
15
moly.
billion? 958? For what? Who else is on this list? Comcast? Why are we giving money to Comcast?
Really? Wow.
These are big multinational corporations making buku bucks. And the government just keeps giving more and more money. I have no idea why.
We had a similar thing there. We've got a similar thing in the UK with the Nissan car plant. They're always getting handouts from the government. Same kind of thing. Multi-billion worldwide company, Nissan car manufacturing. And they're getting handouts from the UK government.
Listen, I understand, they had that issue here where they wanted Japanese car makers to make their Japanese cars in the United States to give, manufacturing jobs to the people here, blah, blah, blah. Keep the money at home, right? As much as possible. But that's only one issue, one specific project.
Yeah.
We're literally just doling out the cash all over the place. Meanwhile, us regular American citizens can't, afford health care. We're the sickest people. We spend twice as much as any other country on the planet for health care and are the sickest and are predicted to die the youngest. So here's a simple thing. Is the government subsidizing tobacco growers? They passed a law. I know for a fact they passed a law recently that banned it. We're no longer going to subsidize tobacco products. And there was a bunch of articles in farmers magazines and stuff like that that talked about how, guess what? They stopped subsidizing it, and we're making twice as much as we did before. The government got out of the way, got out of controlling who actually farms tobacco. And, well, there's more farmers making more money now than they were when the government was subsidizing it. With the new measures the government is taking to stop teenagers from smoking, is the government still subsidizing tobacco growers? That's the question. Well, after subsidizing the tobacco industry since the Great Depression, the federal government ended financial support in 2004 with the Equity Tobacco Reform Act offering $10.1 billion in buyouts to encourage tobacco farmers to switch crops. What happens when you get money to switch crops? You take the money and you grow whatever the government, said to grow, whether it be soybean or corn, because there's money that you can get for growing those things. We've subsidized those all the time. And guess what? After your contract is up, you start growing tobacco again. Because what do? They artificially increase the price of tobacco by buying it all out and telling them to stop farming it. You cut the supply down, which naturally in supply and demand economics, price adjusts. It's more of a demand and there's not enough supply, so the price goes up for it. And, well, what happens is when all these people are done with their, contract, their obligatory, oh, man, you paid us to not grow for 10 years. Guess what we did in year 11? We planted everything is tobacco because we can make more on that than we can grow in corn or soybean, and that's factoring in the subsidies you were getting for the corn and the soybeans. So in a free market system, it's going to self-regulate based upon consumer demand. So if you don't change consumer demand, well, you can tell what's going to happen. It's kind of like in Australia. When they ban the vapes aren't just going to disappear. They're just going to be supplied by illegal criminal networks. Simple. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Bottom line is, tobacco is a cash crop. Again, without government help. Tobacco farming in Pennsylvania doubled in 3 years.
Wow.
So you gave all that money away, and it didn't change the situation. Well, actually, it did change the situation, but not in the way that you wanted it to, obviously. You can't just go around and control things. That's not how it works. It's not like this game of Civilization where, if I put all these, assets in one area and I focus all my resources, I can control the, the competitor because he can't walk around me. Well, that's not a reflection of reality. The black market's going to pop up if you ban something and people want it. People aren't going to stop wanting it just because you banned it. So now the question is, because this isn't, just a localized phenomenon here in the States, let's take a look at the world. Let's zoom out. Who is the one that's exporting the most tobacco in the world? That's what I want to know. 20 countries that export the most tobacco in the world. Global tobacco market is expected to reach $1.049 trillion by 2030 with an adjusted gross revenue increase of 2.5%. Growth. Adjusted growth rate. So how's there no smoking prohibitions and market controls and price increases and taxes working out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
1.3 billion smokers on the planet want their cigarette. They want their tobacco, and they want to consume it. So their farmers are going to grow it, and they're going to make it.
Yeah.
Here you go. Northern Macedonia, Zambia, France, number 18. Mozambique is 17. Tanzania is 16. Philippines is 15. Dominican Republic, Greece, Belgium, Turkey, Indonesia, Argentina, Italy, Germany, Malawi. Now we need to look at the top 5.
Got to be India and China. Got to be.
Well, Brazil's on the top. Zimbabwe in 2022, these are 2022 figures, is in second place.
Wow, that's surprising.
United States is in third place. Actually, this is in 2022. 2023, we bumped up ahead of Zimbabwe. India comes next, and then followed by China. And this is the exported tobacco. This isn't how much they grow, because there is consumption within those countries as well. This is just what they export. So are they providing subsidies to tobacco here in the States? Getting back to our original question. Because we went from, being third to being second. Coronavirus Food Assistance Program 2 for tobacco producers. Are you a tobacco producer whose operation has been directly impacted by the coronavirus pandemic? USDA is implementing updates to the Coronavirus Food Assistance Program for producers of agricultural commodities market in 2020 who faced market distributions due to COVID-19. This is part of a larger initiative to improve USDA pandemic assistance to producers. Wow. So during COVID, they looked out for everybody, man. Didn't matter, what you grew. We're going to cover you as a farmer because we need you to be around when this stuff's over and done with. So, CFAP2 payments are available for eligible producers of tobacco, which is categorized as a sales commodity. Payment calculations will use sales-based approach where tobacco producers are paid based on 5 payment graduations associated with their 2018 and 2019 sales. There you go, man. And if you're like, oh, well, that was in 2020, that was during COVID. COVID's over and done with, right? Well, it made a bunch of big hay. It made a bunch of big hay. New York Times published, or New York Post said, feds to give tobacco farmers up to $100 million in COVID-19 aid. Wow, $100 million. Department of Agriculture distributed $14 billion to help struggling farmers. That was funded by the CARES Act. That you got, what, $1,200 or something? And they've been pushing this agenda for a long time that, you know what? It doesn't pay to grow tobacco. It's bad for everybody, right? Growing tobacco in the United States no longer makes any sense. They paid us off to stop growing it. You know, it's just not any money. People are going to quit smoking. There's no point in risking your whole future growing tobacco. It's bad for everybody. And they talk about the history of tobacco and, you know, what changes have come about. And it's like, don't do it anymore. We don't need to. There's better things for you to grow. Should tobacco be allowed? Well, as long as people want it, why would you ban it? Especially because, you know, when you get done processing the tobacco plants, well, there's stuff that you can use as compost if you just extract the nicotine. And let's say you got rid of combustion and they stood behind vaping and vaping was authorized for everybody. Well, this is a good thing. It's carbon capture, natural carbon capture. Save the environment, man. So let's take a look at what are these subsidies. Where is it? I need to open up the text file that actually has the data links. My apologies. I split it up because there are only so many links you can put into the YouTube description or into the description of our things. So I don't have the link. Let's just open up the 2024 budget. USDA. That's the States Department of Agriculture budget for 2024. And let's search. Where is it? Why is it? Hold on. Go away. Find tobacco. Mandatory funding. The federal crop insurance program provides a safety net that protects producers from a wide range of risks caused by natural disasters, as well as the risk of price fluctuations. The crop insurance program covers around 130 crops. However, the 10 principal row crops are barley, corn, cotton, peanuts, tobacco, potatoes, rice, sorghum, soybeans, and wheat. Tobacco is a food crop getting insurance coverage, you know, in case a tornado comes by and wipes out your whole field. I thought that was banned. I thought Congress passed a law that said they weren't allowed to do that. Oh, well, you know, for COVID, they're allowed to do that. Because when you take a look at the top of this bill, you'll find out that the funding source for this is the COVID Relief Act that we were just looking at earlier, which took over the whole thing. We collect user fees from tobacco, so why wouldn't we support that? We give them the money, and then we take it back later.
Yeah.
So there you go. Here's the breakdown. Starting in 2020, the CARES Act, tobacco payments, $113 million. So let's take a look at 2025. Is that actually still on the books? Is that still an issue? Are they still getting money?
Seems so.
Yup. Still getting money.
Still getting the money. Some things just never change, man.
That's because all the funding comes from this original 2020 CARES Act. They're just continuing the CARES Act.
Shocking.
$112 million allocated. was kind of surprised by that. I figured that, you know, when they were going to talk about how they're giving money for tobacco, it was going to be for this. Come on. Tobacco control. You know, to bullshit us into thinking that, you know, vapes are bad for you and you just need to quit cold turkey. It could take 30 times. Try the pills, try the patches, try the gums, try acupuncture, bird watching. How come they don't say, you know, go watch a football game?
That'd be too easy.
I want to know how you can spend. Look at California. $1.2 million for a quit line. How many operators do they have sitting in an office somewhere answering people's phone call that I want to quit smoking? Huh?
Okay, now.
How many people does it take to run a website? California Online. California Facts. $1.2 million.
Like when you compare it to the other states, that they're on peanuts compared to what they're getting.
Yeah, you got New Hampshire, $65,000.
Exactly.
Vermont, $50,000.
Long way off the other one.
Wyoming, $50,000. And then you get like Texas. Okay, Texas is a big state, but there's $1.2 million going there. For quitline funding. Total quitline funding for the United States of America, $15.7 million. For a quitline. We back in the days of Ma Bell where you pay per minute? Long distance? What?
Yeah. I think they're still paying it by them prices.
National Tobacco Control Program is $68 million. Wow. Imagine if they spent all that on vapes. Like the UK does with their swap to stop.
Wow.
We've got over 30 million smokers in this country. 33, 35 million, something like that. Last time I checked, it was like 10.9% or whatever, 330 million population. That's 33 million smokers.
Jesus. It's a lot, sir. It's a bloody lot.
Yeah. And that's not the only thing that they're subsidizing.
Money.
Government's good at giving money away. Federal farm subsidies. What does the data say? Where's all this money going and what's it for? You know, we talked about that insurance, right? We talked about the net farm income. How much of what they spend do they get back and make a profit? You know, they're not making a whole heck of a lot of money. It's not like, you know, your CEO that makes 500 times the minimum wage worker in the same company. Here's that crop insurance program we were talking about. You know, hurricane comes by or tornado wipes out your crops or you get wildfire that burns down your fields. You know, you get covered so that you can go spend that money next year on new seeds and start all over. We keep spending more and more money, but things keep getting worse and worse. So what are the 10 commodities that are subsidized the most? Corn. That's why high fructose corn syrup is used as a sweetener in everything that we have in the United States. Soybeans for soybean oil. Sugar. Cotton, wheat, oranges, livestock. Hay and forage. Hay and forage? Talking about mushrooms or what?
Grass. Dry grass. Cattle.
Hay for the cows to eat.
Yeah.
We you know, subsidize the livestock, so we got to subsidize the hay too. Otherwise, it's, you know, expensive to buy beef. Okay. Is that good for us to be subsidizing stuff that, you know, is making us sick? Here's a wonderful little piece getting back to that original thing that we were looking at. Why are we subsidizing childhood obesity? Obesity is an epidemic in the United States. It's an epidemic in America's children. The potential health consequences for the next generation are grave, and the impact on the nation's health care costs an estimated $14 billion a year that the government doesn't pay for. It's left to the responsibility of each individual person when they get sick to cover their health costs. Jason Vapes, Craig D, hello and welcome.
Hello.
Since 1980, obesity rates in children have tripled. Today, 13 million children are obese, adding 14% of all 6 to 11-year-olds and 17% of adolescents. Over 70% of these children will be obese adults by the time they graduate high school.
Shit. Bells.
Would you be shocked to find out the United States spends $4 billion a year subsidizing Stalin-like, get out of here, Stalinist-style domestic sugar production?
Wouldn't actually, because a lot of Americans have got a huge.
But get this, this is the best part, right? They tax it, they tax the sugar to get us to use it less, right? It's the same shit that they're doing on with tobacco, right? They keep raising the prices of cigarettes. They keep raising the price of cigarettes. Oh, we got to tax it. It's bad for you. You got to tax it. It's bad for you. Meanwhile, they're subsidizing the farmers that are growing the tobacco, right?
Yeah.
So here you are subsidizing the farmers that are growing the sugar and then artificially increasing the price in the United States for sugar. What?
Somebody's making a lot of money.
It's all raking in the cash. U.S. versus the world wholesale sugar prices from 2000 to 2017. World prices in red.
Jesus.
United States prices in blue. Wait a minute. I thought that they were giving the subsidies to the farmers to drop the prices so they would grow more.
You're joking, aren't you?
And now they're taxing it and applying Stalin-like supply control initiatives to limit imports on top of the subsidies they gave the farmers to artificially increase the price. So you can't say that you're giving the money to them crazy. Because, you know, we want to lower the cost and make it more affordable for people to consume it. Other countries do indulge in similar follies. The Canadian provinces, for example, limit the domestic production of milk to raise the prices paid by Canadian consumers to benefit the dairy farmers. What? It's kind of like when, you know, they bought out all the tobacco fields. The United States government bought out all the tobacco fields. Artificially increased the price of tobacco.
Yep.
And the Canadian government imposes prohibitively high tariffs on imports of dairy products from the United States to protect those high prices, as rates as much as 270%. That's kind of like, you know, Trump wanting to put a 30% tax on everything coming from China. And he's like, that's not a punishment to the consumer. That's a punishment to the country of origin, China. No, moron. Walmart's not going to stop importing from China. They're just going to add that 30% cost into what we buy.
Under the consumer, yeah. The consumer pays at the end of the day.
Yeah, the manufacturer's not going to absorb that cost. China as a country isn't going to subsidize the 30% tax to the United States. It's a global economy. The United States doesn't want to buy, Germany will, or the UK, or India. Somebody will buy the stuff. If you make it, they will come, and they will buy it.
Of course they will. Yeah. supply and demand.
Is that the only way that we can try and, increase domestic manufacturing? Doesn't actually work. It sounds good in theory. On a small scale, it can work, but when you look at the whole setup as a whole, that's not going to work.
All corrupt now, man.
The sugar industry gets rich and we get sick. America is sicker and fatter than ever before. The data from the CDC show that 42.4% of United States adults are obese. This is the first time in our history that the national obesity rate has surpassed 40%. I'm one of them. This statistic suggests that either you or somebody you know is obese. Everybody I know is obese. Nobody is skinny that I know anymore. Aches and pains, bowel and digestive issues, inflammation, and other obesity-related chronic diseases. Childhood obesity rates have also spiked. Nearly 1/5 of U.S. adults 2 to 19 are obese. What explains this troubling trend? How about high fructose corn syrup and sugar? Is the majority of it. Mainly high fructose corn syrup. And if you read the book, they're also blaming on seed oils. When my parents were growing up, what did they cook everything in? Lard. They told us, you can't do that. It's going to raise your cholesterol. It's bad for you. Use vegetable oil. So we cook everything in vegetable oil now, and didn't make the situation better. It just made it worse. What are you looking at there, mate?
Normally the bloody case, isn't it? I've just found a bit of news there as well. I've just been looking at the latest UK news. That's interesting. You bear with me a sec. We shall go here. In the Isle of Man, this is the story.
Hold on, mate.
Little island in the Irish Sea.
There you go.
The old Isle of Man, a shop visits ahead the product display ban is going to happen from the 1st of September in the Isle of Man. Says Manx retailers have not indicated that they would struggle to comply with the new laws banning vaping products to under 18s, a consumer watchdog has said. Under the Vaping Products Bill in 2024, the public display or advertising of the products in places where those under the age of 18 are admitted will be banned from September the 1st. So they're actually banning the display of vapes where obviously under 18s can enter, which I'm assuming is your corner shops, garages, all that kind of stuff. And that is happening in the Isle of Man. And I think I mentioned this to you the other week as well. We've got spiced vapes in schools. This is a big, big thing at the moment in the UK now. They're basically telling you what to watch for. It says these products being spaced. The nickname for the lab-made street, which is legal in the UK. It's the spices, the man-made drugs that line like the psychoactive chemical in cannabis, but have more intense effects. Blah blah blah.
You know where spice came from, don't you?
Called them. It's well, it's obviously manufactured, isn't it? It's human manufactured. It's becoming increasingly common for spice to be found in vapes, edibles, e.g. gummies, and mixed with herbal cannabis. Spice can come in a number of forms, including liquid or powder, but can also look like a usual batch of cannabis or THC oil, but easily use too much and experience unpleasant and harmful effects. Spice is a Class B drug in the UK. It's illegal. The ingredients in nicotine-containing vapes are regulated under the Tobacco Regulated Products Regulation. The UK, but these regulations do not cover illegal THC products, so I don't understand that one anyway. There are many brands of. He's also said there are many brands of e-cigarettes that can be purchased on the black market, which are not regulated. In addition, because THC vapes are not so legal in the UK, the ingredients using them on their sales are not regulated. This means that harmful ingredients, including spice or other dangerous drugs, can be present. Identifying a spice-laced vape can be challenging too, as they don't tend to look, smell, or taste different than normal vapes. So that's pretty much harping on about the spice vapes that are now roaming around schools. And then we have UK Beer are just kind of confirming that kind of thing. UK vape industry wants to make it crystal clear the regulated nicotine vape industry is in no way connected with the trend of using open vape devices as a delivery mechanism for illegal drugs. So they're kind of on the same kind of bandwagon.
Conflating
these
cannabis
devices
with nicotine. THC is not nicotine.
He's just saying, no. So they're basically saying, illegal vape device bought from a regular or a recognized proper deep shop, whatever, are perfectly fine. The nicotine vape is fine, and these spice vapes or drug vapes are nothing to do with vaping as a whole. So it's just.
And the thing about the spices, it's not actually like a specific plant or anything. They buy like parsley and oregano and stuff like that and throw that in there, and then they take a spray bottle and spray the spice onto it to mimic the THC effects that you would expect from cannabis. And it wouldn't exist if cannabis was legal and available for sale.
Yeah, but I mean, it's supposed to be more potent as well than the normal, it's obviously enhanced more than the normal THC of cannabis, apparently. More addictive and all that shit, apparently. But it turns you into a fucking zombie, that stuff, though.
Yes. When it first made the scene here in the States, man, New York was filled with a bunch of zombies, spice zombies.
Yeah. I think you just go into some kind of trance or seizure and you just fucking keep, whoa, that's it, you're gone. I mean, there was a lot of it in where prisons as well. It was a big thing in the UK jails. A lot of it was getting smuggled into jails and prison. So, but there you go. It's just another negative story for vaping, unfortunately.
Listen, if they can't control it inside of a prison that's surrounded by walls and guards, what makes you think they're going to be able to control any of this in society as a whole? Where people are free to walk around and roam about and talk to whoever they want to talk about, get on whatever app they want and have it encrypted from here to here, and you can, order whatever you want from wherever in the world you want to get it from.
I believe a lot of the stuff that gets smuggled into prisons is an inside job, either a screw, prison officer, whatever. They're making that out of it. That's the only reason that's getting in. The security on the jails, you know yourself,
it's called free market capitalism, mate. Just because you make it illegal doesn't stop the commerce. You can make it harder. You can make it more difficult. You can artificially increase the prices of stuff, but it doesn't do anything except cause harm in the big picture in the long run, because now you have tainted the supply and given criminals an easy access to make money and kill more people.
Exactly.
So if your goal is population control, it works great.
Tell you. Population control, it's there. Told you. It's fucking there.
All right, vape science. Before we jump too far off the deep end, here's our vape science article.
Speaking of killing, we've had 2 murders on my doorstep. There's been 2 murders literally around the corner from where I live. That's fucking wild.
That's like the wife was going to work this morning and she was running late. I was getting the studio ready and trying to get everything going, and I had to do last minute update to OBS, and I didn't pay attention to what the time was. She left 20 minutes late for work today, and it was a good thing she did too, because 2 cars, 28 is a divided highway, right? And they just have a little dip in the middle between the 2 lanes going this way in north and south. And some car was blazing saddles coming coming south. And he crossed over the median and hit another car head on coming the other direction.
Oh, that's not good.
They all died.
I should just miss that, eh?
They all died. She went to get on 28, and they had her get off the next freaking exit the wrong way. They legit had them do U-turns and go down the wrong way off the exit to go around. She's like, man, I'm glad I wasn't there. Don't know exactly when it happened, but had I left earlier, it could have been me.
Well, this is it. Just that's hindsight, isn't it? You know what I mean? You think, oh shit.
You never know when your ticket is up, it's up.
Oh yeah.
So we talked about this briefly, but I didn't actually bring the science up last week. Here we have our favorite scientist from New Zealand, Mariwa Glover. How much ongoing smoking reduction is an echo of the initial mass education that we got? You know that this is a generational problem. You know, we stole cigarettes from our parents, and we shared it amongst ourselves. Most of the kids that are vaping nowadays get their vapes from their parents. So closing all the legal shops is not going to help the situation at all. You're going to get people to go back to smoking cigarettes. But here's a wonderful scientific paper that was done that evaluated, starting in 1965 through 2010, the mass education programs that we were all subject to growing up, and analyze that as how effective it is and how long does it take for those education programs to translate into actual changes in society. Fantastic piece of science. And it boils down to the fact that that was the most successful thing and pretty much the only thing that actually impacted smoking rates over time. Taxes don't really change anything.
Yeah, but like I said, it's come a long way. I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, they finally realised that smoking is bad and it kills you. But now, back in the day when I was a kid, smoking, there was never anything saying smoking was bad for you. They were actually promoted, saying it was fucking cool. You know what I mean? They were the opposite. We never got.
They gave cigarettes to the military personnel anytime they were deployed.
Yeah, they said it was good. Yeah, they said it was cool. And I mean, you know yourself in the States, you know, the old Marlboro adverts, you know, that I get cowboy there with his cigarette hanging out of his mouth and looking cool. And that's kind of how they promoted it, didn't they?
And realistically, I mean, if people want it, they're going to get it. Whether you supply it as a safe supply or not.
Without a doubt. That comes across the board for anything. Anything, you can get anything on the black market. You're willing to pay the price for it? But they just focus on the big things as always. Your local media with their misinformation, shall we say.
All right, so something that came across, you know, we started with Tucker Carlson. We're going to jump back to him here in a second because they were talking about Sheetz gas station around here. You know, it's a big thing and it's grown. Sheetz started in Pennsylvania. Now they're in Ohio and a bunch of other states and stuff. And I actually remembered to stop by and pick up a can of the Design coffee to give that a try. Picked up a can of that. So we'll try that out later. But Tucker was talking with this guy. Hold on. Why do I do that? About visiting a Sheetz gas station.
Really?
Through the study of movement, Cool introduced our first articulated
commercial. Skip.
Don't want somebody working out their issues while trying to take charge of the country.
Well, the whole thing, these people are all freaks. There's not like one person who has a normal, happy personal life. Like, and by the way, there are very few on the Republican side. JD Vance is one of them, which is one of the reasons I was so enthusiastic. The guy was a pretty normal guy, actually. But I think it really matters. If you don't go home to some normal relationship that's based on love and respect and honesty, if you're kissing your husband with a mask on or shaking hands with your wife, you're a freak. And I feel sorry for you, but no, you can't have power. No power for you, freak. That's how I feel.
This weekend, they put Kamala in some like small test unscripted moments. Let's see what she can do with this, you know? And it all went disastrously. But one of them was that she was in Pennsylvania. She stopped at a Sheetz gas station. Now, when I think Sheetz, I think it's basically, you know, like a Wawa. Like it's a touchscreen sandwich shop. You go and you enter your order, and then the sandwich will show up a few minutes later. Somebody makes it for you.
I thought it was a gas station.
Yeah, it's a gas station. But fundamentally, on the inside, if you're going to visit the indoors of it, you'll get your sandwich there on the touchscreen.
Yeah.
Anyone who lives near a Sheetz knows that that's what it's worth. Yeah, that's what you do. Kamala Harris goes into the Sheetz gas station. She brings her husband, and she brings Tim Walz, phony Tim Walz. And they go in together. And what does she shop for? A bag of Doritos. She's like, she walks in, they're like, what are you getting? What are you getting? And she's like, Doritos, she says. And she walks around like she has no idea where the chips are. She's like staring all around the store. She has no idea. And her husband
everywhere.
Grabs it. And she goes, oh, Dougie. And she reaches and she grabs the bag. She pulls them away. She's like, I'll take those. And she rips them out of her hand, rips the Doritos out of his hands. And then cackles, and she walks off. Everything about it felt so completely unnatural and contrived.
Well, I think I've only been to Sheetz a few times, but the one thing I remember about Sheetz, they have one of the world's, second to Buc-ee's, but one of the world's largest selections of chewing tobacco.
Uh-huh.
Every kind of dip, like ever, including like some you've never, pomegranate flavored or whatever. I always buy a tin or two there.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you could pass by the extensive snuff selection to buy Doritos. Like that itself is disqualifying.
Yeah, and they're not even Cool Ranch. Like they were regular Doritos. Like if I'm not a Doritos person, but I know Doritos aficionado.
He's putting Kamala down because she bought Doritos instead of tobacco. Not everybody's a tobacco user. I'm sorry. No, but not everybody consumes dip.
Natos?
Yeah.
They're all Cool Ranch people.
Are they? I totally believe
like
that.
The regular Doritos, like what a poser. And she has no idea what she's doing. And by the way, you're making me think I want to see her in Buc-ee's. I want to see the Kamala Harris Buc-ee's fusion experience. I'd love to.
I doubt there are many people in Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is a truck stop in
Amazing.
Texas. I think it's moved to Florida.
It's all
now.
over the place now.
Right.
And they have more gas station bays than any other conventional.
And the cleanest bathrooms, most famously a candy selection. I was in there late night.
You can buy artwork in the bathrooms.
Listen, that does like wholly take it to a whole new level. Everything they said up until that point was the exact same of it as Sheetz. You walk into a Sheetz gas station and you stop there for gas, but if you go inside to get yourself, a soda, and if you have to go buy a pack of cigarettes, or you want a vape, or you want a can of snuff or dip or chew, or you want to order a sandwich, they have hot sandwiches, cold sandwiches, fried foods, appetizers, you name it. They make everything, right there, and it's all nuked food and fried food or whatever. They have plenty of like snacks that you can pick and choose from, and they also have plenty of beer, because our adult beverage review that we have coming up later on, I stopped there. When I picked up that Zine, I also picked up a can of wonderful alcohol for us to consume, and it's just Sheetz is the name of it. And they were talking about this one Wawa's down in Texas. I've never seen a Wawa's.
For real?
Yeah. The walls leading into all the bathrooms, they have artwork on the wall with prices. So when you're in the bathroom, you can choose art and buy it off the wall.
Wow.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. It's a cool place. They make beef jerky and
piss. Oh,
Check
that
this
looks
out.
nice.
I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Yeah, I'd like to hang that up in my hallway or my bedroom or my living room. Go to a gas station to buy artwork? What? I don't know too many truck drivers are going to want to buy artwork to put in the back of their rig,
Possibly eat and all the barbecue you could possibly
Tell me about it. I was in a Buc-ee's. We were doing a book tour in like 2018 maybe. And I was on the road. Emily Lynn is sitting right there. And I had the driver pull over into Buc-ee's like 3 a.m. We're driving from like Dallas to Houston.
Yeah.
And no one had been to Buc-ee's. And I was like, Buc-ee's is the greatest, because I always buy all the weird chewing tobacco there. So we're wandering through Buc-ee's, and I get to the candy area. I love candy.
Yeah.
And
they have like old fashioned candy. They've got like walls.
I was going, and they had like a thing like malted milk balls.
Yeah.
It was like $4 for 4 pounds. And I'm getting this thing, and Emily comes up and takes my arm, and she's like,
I think that's enough.
It's like Thank God you're here.
No, you do need. That's true. You do need a woman nearby.
You do. You
impose
totally
restraint
do.
upon you.
Totally do.
My wife was like kind of rushing me out. I'm like, but wait, there's like, and you could buy like housewares there.
Oh,
There's like
100%.
Yeah. So and then I would get distracted.
Mesquite, barbecue, charcoal. I mean, it's just.
And I had my dog in the car with me. We were traveling, and we just this past week or so, and we were gonna, when you have a dog in the car, you put a water bowl usually like outside the vehicle, like on the ground, and let the dog drink. And I didn't need to because Buc-ee's had a water fountain for dogs. Like they had a regular water fountain. And
do you have any gas stations or servos in your neck of the woods that have watering fountains for dogs?
Nope, never seen it.
Sheets doesn't have watering fountains for dogs? Sorry.
And right on the ground, they had a little unit for dogs, so you could just get the water fountain going, and the dog can drink right from there. I was like,
so that's that. Okay, Buc-ee's is the kind of capitalism we were promised.
Yeah,
and BlackRock is the kind that we got.
Right.
And let's get more Buc-ee's, less BlackRock.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Someplace that you enjoy going, that doesn't sap your soul when you're there.
That is interested in what you want, is trying to serve you in some way.
Yeah.
Is not like buying every house on your street and turning them into rentals, or like really wrecking your life.
Well, they have
free market capitalism. That's what makes this country fantastic. And unfortunately, the greedy bastards are now trying to take over and prevent you from having access to anything that you want. Wow. But unfortunately, despite the fact that Tucker is a tobacco consumer and he chooses the pouches and he chooses dip and all that other stuff, he doesn't understand harm reduction.
Sometimes I wonder, like at the lowest levels, like whether like the productive among us are like, I don't know. It's, how like at the lowest levels of government, other than the household, which of course we were just talking about, like the HOAs and the community boards.
Yeah.
Like they're all consisted of like the insecure busybodies.
Right. No, totally.
And like the productive people who should be in those roles, the ones who have families and know how to mediate a dispute between their children.
Insecure busybodies.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
They're not actually in charge of those organizations.
No.
And so, I don't know. This is the best system ever devised in terms of a government.
Yes.
But there are clearly weaknesses. That's one of them. The feeder system into the bigger aspects of government is a lot of insecure busybodies.
Maybe that's probably always been that way.
Isn't that what tobacco control is? A bunch of busybodies out there trying to take our rights to pick and choose what we want to consume or not consume.
This is it, yeah.
And they're taking government subsidies on a massive disinformation campaign to get people to not actually learn the truth about things, so they can't make an informed choice.
Well, it's massively like that everywhere when you think about it. It's not just in the US, it's all over, isn't it?
I'm sure the Roman Senate was filled with insecure busybodies.
Yeah.
But it never, I guess what I think is new and really obnoxious at best, poisonous at worst, is not just that like the least competent people have the most power, but that they use that power to hurt the most competent people. That is just crazy to me.
It is.
Like you would think like they would, at least for self-interest reasons, they would say, well, people actually know how to run a power grid or fly an airplane or perform heart surgery. Like we shouldn't attack them on the basis of their skin color because we like need those people. We don't want to be Zimbabwe. But they seem to want to destroy all those people.
Old roofs needed. We're looking.
Okay. An old roof.
That's gotten worse. I mean, obviously, it
oh
feels
my
like
gosh, yes.
Like you asked me earlier about like the distance that the ruling class has from the rest of America. You'd probably be better at answering that question. Like,
I don't know. I mean, I obviously, I guess I'm part of the ruling class. I've been in it my whole life, and I do think it gives me a better perspective on how lame they are. There's no mystery for me. I know exactly who they are because I know them. But and I have total contempt for them. Whoa, I'm trying to control it. No, my conclusion, just based on the evidence, again, it's hard to know intent, impossible really, but just on the basis of outcomes, is that the whole point of the program is not to uplift anyone. It's to hurt people specifically Christians above all, but also anyone who's productive, free thinking, the people you really need, like the guys who designed and run the power grid. Like those are the people you need most.
Yes.
First responders, firemen, cops, EMTs, airline pilots. Like it's not just like, oh, we need more incompetent airline pilots. It's that we need the current group of airline pilots to die because they have skills that we'll never have. I mean, I feel like this whole system is based on hatred, born of envy. Doesn't
that sound like tobacco control to you?
Definitely.
They want all the smokers to just die. If you don't quit, die.
Pretty much.
That's our key to success and our key to getting a smoke-free future. We just kill off all the smokers.
Yeah.
That's the way I read it. And you look at, there are a couple foreign countries, South Africa and Zimbabwe particularly, where the whole point wasn't to like redistribute the land to the landless. That didn't actually happen. All the land went to the people with political power. The point was to crush the farmers because the farmers were too productive, and that was offensive to the people in charge. It's like, you go get that yield out of that land when you're tobacco or whatever you're growing. They couldn't. So we have to crush and kill them. They killed them, a lot of them. And so I feel like the hurting people is the point. That does feel, it's definitely not about helping Black people or helping the trans community or helping immigrants. I probably wouldn't be totally against it if it was. I like helping people, but it's not. It's not
but
about
if your
that.
policies, like all of that is enabling their destruction. The enabling is what's happening. So like, this whole like the needle exchange programs, like the left has been on this for years. Wait, you're going to help people continue to inject drugs into their bodies? That's the plan? No. Like all of the marijuana initiatives, like you're going to continue, you're going to dull people. That's the plan is to broadly dull the American people. The trans stuff, you're going to tell people, yes, your body's a mistake. The only intervention is my big corporate donor getting rich off of your misery for the rest of your life. Like that's, again, to go back to the family analogy, in a family, you would intervene. In a healthy family. In a dysfunctional family, you would enable. And that's what they're doing. They're enabling destruction.
Yeah, see, I can't relate. I mean, I am, the oldest man in my family pretty much at this point. So I intervene all the time. Like that's what you do.
I've seen it.
Yeah. I'm an intervener, like immediate intervener.
Yeah.
So I think that's your duty. And I just I love this country and I love its cities, for example. I've lived in a number of them, but I have contempt for people who allow like a needle exchange program to happen. Like, why doesn't someone go burn down the needle exchange? Like, I'm serious. And take the lumps, go to jail for it. But we're not going to give people intravenous drugs in my neighborhood, period. I'm not going to put up with that, period.
Yeah.
And if you punish me for getting in the way, I will accept that punishment. But I'm not going to allow it. I don't know why people allow that.
He just doesn't get
I
harm
really
reduction.
don't. I'm probably saying too much, but I'm not encouraging violence. I'm encouraging zero tolerance for killing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And but meanwhile, the Biden administration like sending out needle kits. Like they're a part of this. And it's just,
I don't know. If you'll accept that, what won't you accept?
Yeah. I mean,
I was in Australia this year and they put people in camps, in concentration camps, like actual. And if you bring that up, that you put people in concentration camps for COVID. Well, they're not really concentration camps, really.
I remember.
What were they?
I remember the colored tape that they had on the floor. That if you stepped across it, you would be arrested.
Yeah, and they did. They arrested people.
Yeah.
And people put up with it. You're going to get to a place like Canada where they're just like, well, getting to the exact same place that Germany got to in 1933, where if you're useless, we're going to kill you. Which they killed hundreds of thousands of Germans, Christian Germans, because they had disabilities or they were useless, and they murdered them in hospitals, children. And they're doing that in Canada now with the MAID program and just killing people. Well, it's just cheaper for us to kill you. And everyone's putting up with it. It's just like, you can't put up with certain things.
And they'll punish the useful. So they'll kill the useless and punish the useful.
Of course.
So the truckers in Canada
Yeah.
get their lives destroyed by merely exercising what is their God-given right, which is to protest, which is to object in the democratic system in which they thought they lived, and then had their lives destroyed, and because they didn't have any power to stop it. And that was, I mean, Antifa burns down cities. Canadian truckers set up hot tubs in the streets and protest the government.
Yeah, it just seems like there's no kind of way out other than saying, I'm willing to be punished for trying to stop the killing of other people.
Mm-hmm.
That and that
he doesn't get harm reduction. That's the purpose of harm reduction, is to make sure that people don't die. Needle exchange is accepting the reality that you cannot stop a person from doing what they want to do. You cannot stop an alcoholic from going and consuming alcohol 24/7. So
that's
you try to make it as safe as possible.
Programs, the needle exchange programs are not to stop people injecting drugs, to stop people spreading disease, germs, whatever, by sharing the needle. That's the point of them. You know what I mean? Or using dirty needles,
and that
which
is
are
solely
even more.
because they cannot get safe consumption sites set up in certain areas because of the political beliefs of these do-gooders that think they know everything and they just don't want to have it near me.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to happen near you whether you want it to happen or not. And you can have it be a scourge on society as a whole through the mass proliferation of disease and death and destruction, or you can try to mitigate some of that harm by providing things like needle exchange to keep the disease and death isolated to the people that already have it.
Ow.
And you wouldn't have the spice problem that you brought up if there was legal access to cannabis. People are going to consume it. People are going to grow it. They're going to do it illegally. You can either ensure that they have a safe supply and consume it in a reasonable quantity, like you consume your dip, or you take the position that everybody has right now, which is quit or die. You can't force somebody.
I mean, it's
to
like
stop.
you see, it's like you see now, like you've got, like, say, a heroin user, for example. We've got schemes where they get methadone, to try and wean them off it and stuff like that. So, and you think, well, is that harm reduction? And
it is.
Yes, it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? Of course it is.
Because you're giving them something to consume that is not going to kill them. That's the whole point of harm reduction.
As in vaping instead of smoking, you're giving an alternative that's not as harmful. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's not about letting somebody be a consumer of, something that's going to kill them. It's about ensuring that you minimize the harm that comes because you cannot stop people from consuming what they choose to consume.
Exactly.
I mean, how would he like it if they outlawed dip? Which they're trying to do in certain parts of the world. Look at Canada banning the nicotine pouches. And no matter what you do, industry is always going to evolve. Free market capitalism ensures that. Heat not burn, they don't want to accept heat not burn because it's tobacco that you're burning, right? You're heating the tobacco and it's not burning it, but so they can't accept that. So guess what the tobacco companies are already doing? They're putting out cellulose little sticks. It's no longer tobacco. It's essentially the same thing the nicotine pouches are. It's a stick filled with cellulose that they spray the nicotine on, so you still get your nicotine, but you don't get the carcinogenic effects of actual plant matter degrading through the heating process. It's minimizing the harm.
Exactly.
And we've got a presidential candidate right now who it's kind of like, this whole thing that we talked about, tapes having an A-B side, so the natural progression was CDs, right?
Yeah.
Well, we had a presidential candidate that was running as a MAGA, and now that Kennedy is endorsing him, now it's no longer a MAGA, it's Make America Healthy Again, MAHA.
Oh. Okay.
So here we have, ironically, Jimmy Dore, of all people, going and saying, wait, what? We've got Trump talking about his values, and his values are things that used to be Democratic ideology.
He knows exactly what he's talking about when it comes to vaccines and the FDA and health and safety and the safety of our food supply. He knows exactly what he's talking about. And Republicans are cheering that. So Trump said he's going to put RFK on the presidential commission. And guess what? For what? To put him on a commission to release the assassination docs on RFK and JFK. Watch this.
And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts.
Do you believe now, here we are, what, 60 plus years later after the Kennedy assassination, and they still haven't declassified all the documents from it? All the people that are concerned with that whole situation are all dead. But it's still classified. We can't find out, who was the guy on the grassy knoll.
And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
That's unbelievable. And he also said prior to this that he is going to obliterate he said the Democrats love the deep state. I'm going to obliterate it. Now, the last guy who said that was JFK, and we know what happened to him. So it seems like Trump has got his balls back, or I don't know what's going on, but something happened. Here we go.
And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination.
So that's amazing. So then he introduces Bobby, lets Bobby give a speech. He gives like a 4 or 5 minute speech. And I want you to listen to this.
Have you heard this?
And I want
Kenny?
you to, it's remarkable for several reasons. One, that the Republicans are cheering for it. Now, Glenn Greenwald talked about this a year or two ago about the difference between Trump Republicans and establishment Republicans. There is a difference. And so watch this. Now, Bobby made his bones as an environmental lawyer. They're cheering an environmentalist. That's what's happening at a Republican presidential campaign event.
There's only been like 3 times in the course of United States history where politics and the political parties reversed sides. I think we're seeing that happen again.
A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Calley, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA.
So he's talking about taking on the regulatory agencies and fighting big corporations. And they're cheering it at a Republican presidential rally. Let that sink in. How it has flipped and how immediately Donald Trump is miles to the left of Kamala Harris. He is far, far to the left. Like I said before, when he announced he's going to get the taxes off tipped wages, I go, he's immediately already to the left of Kamala Harris. He's already. And
Kamala Harris was a tie-breaking vote that got tips taxed.
Kamala Harris, then she copied his proposal because it was so popular. Even though a year earlier, she cast a tie-breaking vote to make sure you could go after tipped wages. So this is enormous. This is really kind of groundbreaking, what's happening.
And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate.
And they're booing big corporations that run our food production and chemical companies. He's got Republicans I know I'm repeating myself, but he's got Republicans at a Republican presidential rally cheering and booing big corporations, cheering him to regulate them and clean them up and get the corruption out of and booing these big corporations. That is amazing.
He said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic.
Wow. Holy fuck.
This is a Republican event held by Trump. Has he changed? I mean, I wouldn't trust any politician as far as I could throw him. But has he done a 180? Is his true colors coming out? Is he gotten finally to the point where he's of that age where he wants to leave an actual legacy that people are going to remember him in a favorable way? Has he overcome that corrupt greed that got him to where he is as a megalomaniac millionaire? How many times did he build a building and then the company that he was using to build the building declared bankruptcy, and all the employees that worked there to help build it and all the suppliers, they got shortchanged through bankruptcy court? And another one of his, companies bought the proceeds after bankruptcy proceedings. Has he changed his tune? Is he actually focused on leaving a legacy of saving American lives?
You
also have to take into consideration the fact that the Republicans have always held the view of minimal government. Let's have the government only be as big as it needs to be to actually accomplish the goal of protecting us.
Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy.
That is amazing. The end of the grip of neocons on our foreign. Guess who's a neocon? Joe Biden. Guess who else is a neocon? Kamala Harris. Guess who else? Everybody who runs the Democratic Party. They're neocons. They're the part.
The warmongering industrial complex, the fear-mongering industrial complex, the censorship complex, he wants to tear it all down.
Party of George Bush and Dick Cheney.
Just to get votes, so you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. It can be seen as political theater, but this goes back to the fact that I think that it isn't just a slogan like it was the first time around. The first time he was president, it was Make America Great Again, and he got into office, and he appointed these people that he thought he was going to clear out the swamp, right? He didn't realize how big the swamp was.
Yeah.
You don't take a shovel to a dump to fix the dump.
It's just, I don't know.
And this is why CNN cut away when he started saying, this is when they cut away? No, they don't want this message. Okay, here we go.
He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States.
He's now anti-war. So now Trump becomes anti-war. He sounds like, first of all, right now, that sounds like what we say on this show. That's what I say at all my live events. Lefties just want to end the wars, invest that money back here, and have healthcare that doesn't bankrupt us. And he's going to clean up the food supply. He's going to get everybody healthy. Here we go. The crowd is cheering.
And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country?
This is unbelievable.
And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government...
He's pro-free speech, anti-censorship. He's the peace candidate. And he wants to go after big agribusiness and the regulatory agencies and fight to clean up our food supply for big corporations and chemical corporations. This is what the Democrats should be saying.
As a Republican, he's going to try and leave government as small as possible. And if he puts him in charge of health and human services, there's an easy way to end all of this bullshit against vaping. One single executive order from the person in charge of HHS at the United States government saying any government employee who lies to the American public is subject to termination effective immediately. Job done. Misinformation gone. You can no longer suppress the truth. You have to tell the public the truth the way it is. And now the country does a flip, and we're now on the same stance in the same boat as New Zealand and UK when it comes to harm reduction and when it comes to vaping. That's simple.
Because, first of all, it's popular. Second of all, it's the right thing to do. This is what people have been done. This is populism. And CNN doesn't want to show you that. The Democrats don't want to show you that. And now Trump and Bobby Kennedy are miles to the left of Kamala Harris. If this message gets out, which it will, I'm bringing it to you right here on this show. They will crush Kamala Harris.
Listen, it's not about getting you to vote for Trump. This is about getting you to vote for somebody who is not going to destroy this country. So if you don't agree with Kamala and you don't agree with Trump, then vote for Kennedy. Because he's not going to get into office, but it will establish a third party in the United States. And we will go from having a duopoly where you have to pick the lesser of two evils and they throw the dumbest motherfucker they can up on stage to run as president and force them to compete with somebody who actually has a brain cell in their brain that's still functioning and actually stands for what the people want, not what the private corporations that own both parties are doing to us right now.
Yeah.
We only have two recognized parties in this country that are dominant, the Democrats and the Republicans. You have independent parties, but none of them can ever get any real traction.
No.
You have Greens and there's a bunch of them that have come and gone along the way.
Yeah.
But the fact that they have to run as an independent because nobody has exceeded that 5% threshold to be a recognized party on every election cycle, they've never been able to get any real competition. So if you want to get rid of them, vote for the third party candidate and create this new unity party that will be here for generations to follow and will change American politics from this point going forward. I think it's utterly preposterous in the United States. We have red states, we have blue states, and we have swing states. And the only place that these candidates that are running for office bother to do anything is in the swing states. Because if you're in a red state, they don't need to come and visit you because they know you're going to vote for the red candidate. And if you're a blue state, then nobody comes into the blue state to campaign because they know they can't beat the blue candidate. Imagine if they had 3 parties that you had to pick from. And every one of the 50 states now becomes a toss-up state, and nobody has any strongholds. Maybe we get a third party that actually follows the centrist populist opinion. The right and the left are going to have to actually pass, legislation that is good for all of America, not just their corporate donors.
This is it. You've got to have competition, across the board, politics, whatever. You've got to have, like you said, you're fucking two evils. You need somebody in between to fucking either
be the tiebreaker,
or
and keep them in tow and follow the populist things. When the population wants a certain thing, neither side talks about it, because then they would be expected to pass that, and their corporate donors wouldn't like it. They're nothing but a bunch of lackeys. Establishing a third party in this country would be a massive change. Imagine if all 50 states were swing states.
Judging by what I've seen and what's happened, what I've seen, I think Trump's the next president. I really do. I think he's in. I really do.
There are people that refuse to vote for him because of how he screwed them the last time around. But I don't think he's the same person he was back then.
You've got to remember, though, like I said, I watched something that compared the economy between him and Biden, and when he was in the president, the economy was better. So he's done the maths. He had the country running a bit better, economy-wise. So
something people don't talk about anymore like they used to. You know, I was a big fan of West Wing for the longest time, and people need to realize that the president really doesn't control that much of the economy. What he does do is provide hope and inspiration, and can ease the regulations to, just like with subsidies, affect the market, right?
Yeah,
or remove the subsidies that are keeping the stranglehold on society.
Yeah, but it's the people that he has in his cabinet, whatever, that do that for him. Just like we here in the UK, you know, we've got a prime minister who does jack shit. He's just the voice. He's the puppet that gets on the stage. It's all the people behind him that do all the, you know, the economics and health system and all that shit. He's just the one that says, we are going to do this. You know what I mean? It's not down to the prime minister and the president are just puppets. They're just the ones that sit and spew the bullshit out. The people behind them that do all the friggin' work. At the end of the day.
I want a president that's got a set of balls that can sit down one night and go, listen, I'm trying to get Congress to pass this. This is good for the American public. This is a popular opinion. And if they don't move on it, I'm going to call them out on it. I will go on every single night and I will give an address to the nation to fire up the populace, to tell them, this is what I want Congress to do. They refuse to do it. This is good for you. So I need you to contact your senators and your members of representation in the House and get them to agree to this, or you will vote them out.
Yeah, but out between Trump and that Harrison, Trump's the most likely person to do that because of his arrogance and whatever else. She's bought. Simple as that. She'll not stir no fucking pot. She'll not upset their apple cart. She'll just continue on as before. Well, at least Trump will try and rock the apple cart, whether it's fucking for his benefit or whatever. That's the arrogance of the man. You know what I mean?
That's his arrogance. Her arrogance is she doesn't even need to give an interview because she thinks that she should sail through just because she's a woman.
Exactly. That's what I mean. The difference is it's like night and day, man.
If she was Tulsi Gabbard and stood before people and gave interviews constantly and answered questions and told us what her actual policies were, I might get around behind her, but she's not doing any of that. She's basically resting on her laurels and expecting to be voted in because, you know, I'm not Trump. That's their whole platform. I'm not Trump.
Yeah.
Well, that's not enough for me to vote for you. I'm sorry. It's just not.
I mean, there might be a lot of anti-Trump people, but I think at this moment in time, there's more pro-Trumps. You know what
There's
I mean?
more suffering and hurt in this country right now. This economic pinch, this inflation that we've all gone through, people are changing their lives, changing their spending habits. They're having to cut back. Dr. Phil did a freaking interview the other day where he actually sat there and looked at it and said that the average American household in this country now has to spend an extra $10,500 just to stay on the same playing field that they were at a year before. That's how much it costs for you to maintain your standard of living. An extra $10,500.
It's the same here. Like in the UK, they've announced from the 1st of October, they're going to increase the price cap on energy bills. So just as winter's round the corner, everything goes up again. You know, there's nobody got a pair of balls to stand up and fight to these people.
I had to laugh because, the Democrats are sitting there touting about how we put a cap on insulin. It's $35 a month maximum. It costs the drug company $5 to make that vial of fucking insulin, and you're happy letting them have 7 times what it costs to make it?
Exactly. Oh, shit, man.
Vaping Bic, hello and welcome.
Hi, Bic,
all the fake, phony, empty enthusiasm that I saw at the Democratic convention this week for Kamala Harris, which is just fake. It's just based on she has a vagina and she's black. That's all it is. That's all it is. And people are projecting things onto her. You talk to anybody in that Democratic convention hall, nobody has a clue about policy and they don't care.
This guy is one of those people that have constantly called out the left for promising shit and never following through with it. And he calls out the hypocrisy of the Republican parties and pointing out the fact that he's far left. And for him to be astonished at what's going on here with Trump, it's like the whole political party just did a shift, a 180.
It seems that way.
Okay, here we go.
That can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms and who is going to protect us against totalitarianism?
Wow.
And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children?
He's got Republicans.
Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease?
They're cheering environmentalism.
And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
They're cheering this
Thank you all very
I told you, it's gone from MAGA to MAHA. Make America healthy again.
very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
I'll tell you what it is.
That's amazing.
He's got a good man on
what
his side.
What you're seeing
there,
here is historic. That is amazing. That is the complete flip-flop of the parties. There's Trump and Bobby Kennedy being populists, being anti-war, pro-free speech, anti-corruption in government. That's what's happening. He miles to the left of Kamala Harris.
Isn't that what everybody on the planet wants? Be able to free and do as you please? To say what you want?
But at the end of the day, like, he's with him, like, backing him now, like, he's got nice big addition to his armory, I would say. Big style. Even just to have that name, he's a massive name in politics, the Kennedys. So having the Kennedys back in your corner, whoa.
Robert F. Kennedy
Holy
Jr.
moly.
has suspended his campaign and endorsed President Trump, the two taking the stage last.
He suspended actively campaigning. He did not take his name off of the ballot. He got his name on all 50 states on the ballot.
Yeah.
Well over 1 million signatures he had to obtain to get his name put on the ballot in all 50 states, right? He only took his name off in 10 states where he was taking votes away from Trump. The other 40 states, his name is still on the ballot to establish a third political party in the United States.
Exactly, to get rid of the friggin' Harris, of that bloody wife. It makes sense. You can see what his plan is. He wants to take votes away from Harris and give votes to Trump.
Yeah.
it's
and Trump is, and the thing was, he tried to talk to Kamala Harris. He tried to talk to the Democrats. He's like, listen, you guys have been censoring me. You're suing me in court, trying to take my name off the ballot, the whole 9 yards, arguing, I've got 3 residents and I'm not allowed to declare that I live in New York, even though I vote in New York. My cars are registered in New York. I pay taxes in New York. My income taxes are filed in New York. they sued him to get his name off of the ballot, right? So he's like, listen, I've been a lifelong Democrat. Let me talk to them, see if I can work something out where I can at least have my legacy as a human being go into changing America's health to improve it for the better in the long run, right? They wouldn't take his phone call. Trump took his phone call. And he's like, listen, if you put me in a place where I can change America's health and make America healthy again, I will back you and I will do what you want. We'll agree to disagree on certain circumstances because we are opposed to, your policy and my policy are just diametrically opposed.
Yeah.
But we need to focus on what it takes to make our country healthy again, make our country united to improve things so we can afford groceries at the end of the week. We can afford our health care, and then we're not constantly sick because we're constantly consuming poisons in our food supply and our water.
There you go. Tell you, man, he's your next president. I'll put that on the line now. He's your next president. You watch.
And it's kind of ironic because we just talked about this last week. I got that book because I saw that one thing from Tucker Carlson. Next thing I know, I didn't realize I was going to be a interwoven piece of commonality between everything that's going to happen in the next week. Stephen L., hello and welcome.
Last night and coming together on a range of issues, including making America healthy again. Our next guest is credited with connecting RFK Jr. and Trump on the issue of America's health crisis. The co-founder of TrueMed and author of the best-selling book, Good Energy, Calley Means, joins us now. Calley, good morning. It was a remarkable night last night. Twitter is blowing up. A lot of Democrats very angry at what's happening, obviously. But talk to me about what you think this partnership, this endorsement, will actually mean for this idea of making America healthy again.
Well, Rachel, you've been saying it for over a year. The childhood chronic disease epidemic is the sleeper issue of this campaign. And last night, the forgotten child was thrust squarely into the national conversation. And from my small vantage point, I can tell you that these two men bonded over questions about what's happening to Americans' children. Why are 50% of American teens overweight or obese when it's only 3% in Japan? Why is the American Academy of Pediatrics pushing Ozempic on 6-year-olds instead of healthy food? Why have autism rates gone up orders of magnitude in the past 20 years without changes in screenings? Why have cancer rates?
Autism rates when his uncle was president was like 1 in 10,000. Now it's like 1 in 34.
Hell yeah. It's just crazy.
We need answers to that question. What caused that to happen? And how do we reverse it?
Rates been exploding among kids. Why does America have the earliest puberty rate among children among any country in the world? Because of our endocrine disrupting foods that are in our food supply and our environment. These questions are at the core, I think, of what's been propelling RFK, what's been propelling Trump, what really is the defining political issue in the country, which is this populist frustration.
I can understand diagnostics have gone up. More people are seeing their doctors. We have better tests and whatnot. But it's not just the incidence of autism that's gone up. It's not just that we've diagnosed way more people that have autism that we didn't know had autism. We just thought they were goofy or whatever. We have worse autism now than ever existed back in the 60s. People that are literally, you have to put a helmet on their head so that they don't bash their own skull in. They're nonverbal, can't eat, can't take care of themselves at all. Their entire life is spent in a nursing home, essentially. You can explain some of it to the fact that we've got better diagnostics than we did, back in the 60s, but there's so many other things. It's not just autism that's, a chronic issue. He talks about this all the time. Matter of fact, I think he did an interview with another podcaster. It's got like 3 million views or whatever, but he said that back when my uncle was president, the United States spent $0 of the federal budget on chronic issues. We're spending billions on it now. That needs to reverse. That needs to go back to the way it was.
Frustration with our institutions, and the institutions that profit from sick kids are on notice right now.
Absolutely. You know, last night when RFK took the stage, he actually named names. He said the USDA, the FDA, the NIH. It felt like a declaration of war on government corruption, this collusion, these inside deals that, as you say, are really hurting our children. So talk to me about what could happen in a Trump administration. Obviously, it was laid out there last night to bear. You've been advising both Trump and RFK on these issues because of your deep knowledge on this. What can we do to stop what we see happening to our kids and to our metabolic health as a nation?
There are so many things, Rachel, that can happen day one with the president who has moral clarity and courage. It starts with just getting corruption out of those institutions that you named. Americans would be shocked to learn that 95% of the USDA panel that recommends nutrition guidelines for kids are paid for by food companies or pharma companies. We can get unbiased doctors like Mark Hyman, Peter Tia, others on the USDA nutrition panel to actually have guidelines that make sense to say that there's a metabolic health crisis among kids and stop recommending sugar to 2-year-olds, which is what currently happens. Americans would be shocked to learn that 80% of NIH grants right now go to professors with conflicts of interest. With one stroke of a pen, a president could say no more conflicts of interest in NIH grants. And we're subsidizing this food that's causing torture to children's metabolic health. Tens of billions of dollars a year go to subsidizing ultra-processed food. We can cut those subsidies with the stroke of a pen. So it's stop subsidizing, stop recommending, and give Americans flexibility. Flexible savings accounts to have their money go to food and exercise.
Well, it's an amazing topic. It is the sleeper issue. I think it's going to win a lot of women over as well. Calley, you've been instrumental in bringing this to the forefront, working with both candidates. We thank you for joining us this morning.
What do you think, mate?
Yeah. Hi. Like a lot of processed food's a big thing as well. It's all bullshit. All that bullshit, so yeah, I think he's got the balls to do it. Like I said, the man's arrogance. I think he has got the balls to take these people on. Considering they've tried to haul him up in front of a judge on numerous occasions with what he's done in the past and bullshit, and they haven't really succeeded yet. Already's had a case adjourned, but till when? He may be president by the time it's looked at again. So, you know what I mean?
You know who this is, right? This isn't just celebrating the fact that the news is over. Well, I got some vape news if you guys really want actual vape news.
Concerned citizen. Angela Rayner. Yeah, I thought it looked familiar. That was the Notting Hill Carnival that I just had over the weekend.
That's your prime minister out dancing in the streets.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Welcome to the UK, mate.
All right, time for some actual vape news since, a lot of it's been political so far. Cigars and vape products stolen. An eyewitness calls police after seeing a suspect slip through a small window to enter the Salina business. According to Captain Mike Miller, on Saturday around 12:30 a.m., a person contacted authorities after seeing someone crawl through an 8-inch by 29-inch window at Pat Rack Smokes. What?
Pat Rack Smoke. That's a name. Pat Rack Smokes.
8-inch by 29-inch window. Crawled through there to get some cigars and smokes. Surveillance video shows the unknown suspect dressed in sweats, a hoodie, and full ski mask. Loss in damage is listed at $550.
29-inch window.
Okay.
What were you saying about him? What were you saying about obesity in America?
Teen charged after Nashville burglaries identified as Nolensville Vape shop smash and grab suspect. Ramraid.
Wow.
Teen charged after Nashville burglaries identified as Nolensville vape shop mash and grab suspect. Smash and grab. What else we got going on? Golden banned flavored tobacco sales. Now the city is compensating vape stores for lost profits? What? The $100,000 one-time revenue replacement program appears to be the first of its kind in Colorado. Wait a minute. We get a smash and grab. Oh, you can't see the article. $12 for 2 years. You ain't getting a single dollar of my money. Have a nice day.
Well, I'll show you our solution to Ramraid.
Yeah.
There you go. It's not very clear, but you see here where my arrow is? All bollards in front of shops now.
I'm going to pull you up.
Every single one. It's not the best of pictures, but I couldn't be asked to download it. So all these little bollards, all solid steel, embedded in the concrete. Solution to your fucking Ramraids. That's how we got around it.
Yeah, but is it actually going to stop people from breaking and entering? Yeah, it stops the easiest way for them to do that.
Well, obviously, it put the block on there because Ramraids was just epidemic. Here, like what, the 80s, 90s, we had Ramraids. That's when it appeared. Because obviously, everyone was stealing the big 4x4s. Your Land Rovers and your Range Rovers, and plowing through top fronts on them. So they've stopped that, but you're never gonna ever stop any a burglar gaining access, I don't know, through a window, through a hole in the roof, through a back door. I mean, but it certainly put the block on the Ramraids, like, without a doubt. It could probably still happen. If you got a bigger truck, you'd probably be able to fucking get over them. But there's not many people think it's worth the risk now.
There's not too many people right now that are jumping on the vape scene and trying to join the industry because of all the propaganda, fear-mongering, misinformation, the massive denial from the FDA and everything. So here we have a former opioid addict who started an innovative vape company is now driving millions in annual revenue.
Wow.
Roger Wolodarski wasn't looking for a business idea. He was just looking to get clean. I began smoking pot at age 13, long before I should have. His parents, who were Russian immigrants, didn't want their son touching drugs, so they started testing him for cannabis. In turn, he became hooked on painkillers in his mid-20s. And one day, as he lived in New York and was riding the subway to meet a sketchy opioid dealer, he saw an ad that said, "Are you addicted to drugs? Call this number."
Wow.
He called it, and counselors set him up with a treatment program that started with a shot of Suboxone to help him cope with withdrawal and encourage him to dull further symptoms with cannabis concentrates. So he began dabbing, inhaling vaporized cannabis concentrates, his way back to health. And that's when he made the business discovery of a lifetime. Cannabis therapy worked, but the vaporizers were horrible. So he decided to start up his own business, making cannabis vapes.
Holy moly.
Sorry, Tucker Carlson. We aren't trying to dull the senses and dull the population into submission. There are benefits for people consuming cannabis. And there is benefits for it to be legalized everywhere.
Exactly.
Smoke shop involved in overnight smash and grab. $10,000 worth of merchandise stolen. Colorado Springs, 3 a.m. Another smash and grab.
Social Security isn't keeping up with inflation. Senator Bob Casey's
another commercial.
Things worse. Casey voted repeatedly for higher.
Election time. Be glad when it's over.
Yeah, ours is over now. We had all the bombardment of that bullshit. I'm glad that's over.
I think we got 72 days left.
Obviously, Brett, you can imagine they're not very happy to be seeing what they're seeing here at this vape shop, Speedy Smoke Shop. You can see behind me out here, and we were talking with the owners, and they say that this isn't the first time this happened to them. They said the first time crooks didn't get much, but this time they say the suspects made it out with over $10,000 of merchandise. Now they're working on sending us the surveillance video, and we'll share that with you as soon as we can. I'll take a closer look to the damage to the store. You can see the door is smashed and the car has been removed. Police presence cleared out the scene just after about 5 a.m. this morning. And here's some video of that scene earlier this morning. You can see one officer was on the scene with a minivan that police say smashed into the front of the store here. It was a dark blue Kia minivan, and we asked officers if the car was stolen. They weren't sure yet. Also, we asked if the suspects got away with anything, and that's under investigation.
Your hobo is stolen.
Officers say the call came in around 3:15.
Use your own car to do a
They're
Ramraids.
asking for your help, so if you saw anything in the area, again, here at Circle and Calley early this morning, give police a call. Their phone number is 719-444-7000. And another thing we asked officers is if this is related to other smash and grabs we've seen. We'll definitely let you know what they say. They're just not sure yet. Check in with you in about 30 minutes.
This stuff never happened before they started all this prohibition bullshit.
That would be crazy, that, like, if the actual car owner, who the car's registered to, actually committed the fucking crime.
Sorry, folks. 2 hours for the news is really long, I understand, but this has just been an astronomical week in all kinds of different things and a confluence of pieces coming together, and it's just like, wait a minute, we just talked about that. We talked about that, and it all ties into what we do, harm reduction and getting the message out there and misinformation and censorship, and like, holy cow.
It's all part and parcel of the thing, isn't it? You know, the misinformation and bad information that they're giving on vape, and it's you know, it's not just vape, and it's across everything. So, you know, got to touch on it.
And the thing is, you know, the FDA was granted control over this market. They legit denied 99.9% of all the vape products in the United States. And nobody cares. There's all these shops that have all these things to help smokers not smoke cigarettes. They've drove the prices up and made it harder to get things. They've narrowed down the number of supply chains that we have access to, the stores have access to. And now people are like, we can't afford it. We can't afford the inflation. Our life sucks, but we're going to get our stuff one way or another.
Yeah, we'll just go and steal it.
We don't have a black market to buy it off of, so we're just going to create our own black market by smashing in a shop that's still remaining and steal all their shit, and we're set for life, and we can sell some of it off and make some money.
Exactly. Yep. You only create a black market, don't you?
That's exactly what's going on. Speaking of which, black market, did you hear Australia finally had their 100th firebombing?
Really? Wow.
Yeah. The lovely black market that they have there.
It's crazy, man.
They've passed 100 firebombings in Australia.
Jesus.
And that's like me. I didn't find out about any of these vape shop break-ins until I used the Tor browser in order to search from Germany. And then it was like within the top things. Because I said, I want to know what happened in the last 24 hours. Can't be that many things, right? And all these things kept popping up. I'm like, none of that came up on my Google search when I did it through Google, through Chrome. It didn't do it when I used the Microsoft browser. Oh, we've added AI into making your search history results faster and better. Really?
Bullshit.
More like more censorship and more control over what you see and hear about.
Exactly.
This was number 97 on the 21st, 6 days ago. And now we've surpassed 100 3 days later.
There'll be another 100 more, man, if they keep going on the way they're going on. It's the way it's going to be, isn't it?
Yeah, here you go. Here's another car. You know, people are going to post that as like a Tesla joke, right? Oh, electric car burned up, blah, 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 blah. Nope, that was actual tobacco war. They use that to Ramraid into the tobacco shop, and then to get rid of their DNA and fingerprints and stuff, they just burned the car when they took off.
Oh, yeah.
With their loot.
Burn them out. That's it. Yeah, just burn them out. Destroys all evidence. Crazy,
I think it's
crazy
time for
world,
a drink, man.
Crazy. I think we need one.
I'm parched. I'm looking forward to trying out this new beverage. Flavor explosion.
Another new one, eh? You are a man of... Oh, yeah.
Sheets! Sheets, baby! For your entertainment today, I have Low Key Taco Yinzerina, the classic Yinzer margarita, 6% alcohol by volume, 19.2 fluid ounces, that's 568 milliliters for your European metrics, people, made in the great state of Pennsylvania. Yinzerita. What the heck's a Yinzerita? I ain't never heard of that before. What you got there, mate?
I'm just amazed at all these new beverages you find. Well, as you know, it's school night, so I can't indulge too much. So I've just gone for some 500 ml cans of my proven track record of 1664 lager, which you all know I love. It's pretty low alcohol volume. It's only where is it? Can't see nothing. Hang on, wrong glasses. It would help if I put my right glasses on, wouldn't it? I can see it. There we go. It is only 4.6% by volume, and it's a 500 ml can. So I'm a humble, simple man this week, matey. As always.
Hey man, I forgot. I had to turn my display on back there. What's going on?
I was
pulling my hair out this morning, man. There's an update that was put out by Stream Effects, and it was like, hey man, you need to do this update immediately. It's like the last update I put out there is a hot fix for the previous one. Actually inadvertently created a bunch of problems, and it might corrupt all your scenes and everything. And I'm like, oh my God, no, don't you dare corrupt anything. I've got like 124 scenes. I don't have to recreate them all. No,
shit.
No.
Hell no. Hell no.
And there's something else that we also need to cover that I forgot to mention earlier. I happen to notice this. Where'd it go? What happened? Why'd you disappear? Come on. Alberta. There's petitions in Alberta, Canada, set up at vape shops across the province to fight double tax on vape products. Alberta wants to take the exact amount that Canada is taking in vape tax and add that exact same amount for the province of Alberta. So if you're in Alberta, Canada, go sign a petition. Go visit a local vape shop and sign this petition. Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible, dude. I thought this was kind of funny.
Ahí va.
There's that beautiful wall Trump built. He didn't finish it.
Nothing stopping them, is there? Look at that ladder, it's class.
They're climbing up there, throwing the ladder over. Man, that wall really did a job, didn't it?
I laughed at the meme about it when he first turned. The Mexican bloke, he was laughing, he's going, "We've got planes."
And drones. Meanwhile, this one really cracked me up. Tobacco stocks are killing it in 2024. Altria is a bargain right now. Go buy some Altria stocks, man. The price just keeps going up and up. What a massive return on investment for tobacco stocks. Companies aren't going away. I don't care how much tobacco control wants you to think they're just going to disappear if you adopt all of our control measures. These companies ain't going away. No way in hell.
I've got to show you that, matey.
What you got there? Is that a Valhalla? What is that?
No, that is the Asgard XL. The Asgard XL. I've been busy editing the review for the day, and I've just been pulling me out because this computer just sucks at the minute. It's like you see in the night. Come on, no sound. It just sucks at the minute. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know just whether to wipe it and start all over again because it's really, really bad. Especially with the new DaVinci 19, it is lagging like hell.
Oh, I finally
Absolutely
updated
lagging.
to that this past week. It took 32 seconds to render the intro for the show today.
I've done a video. The render is now going to take an hour again. There's something away with this, like something really wrong. So I need to address whatever's going on with this thing. It's absolutely dire at the minute.
It's
also, they arrived as well. I've got a year's supply
of
coils from your dead rabbit.
Cool.
There you go.
For the Dead Rabbit R.
One. Look at all that. That's humongous. I didn't think it'd be that big a box. But there's everything. I mean, the box is nice as well. You could probably keep this, but I can get the bloody thing open. Whoop.
While you're opening that, I'm going to take a swig of my Yinzarita.
There's hundreds and hundreds of these things. It's nuts. There's just, I mean, come on. I mean, look at all of that. And then they've got like bags and bags and bags of coils. Look, there's shitloads in here. The only downside is, right, the only thing I don't like is that the coils are Canthal. They're not NI or stainless. The 0.2 ohm, the 0.2 ohm Canthal. That's the only downside, the Canthal coils. But for a year's supply, for 20 quid, I mean, beggars can't be choosers, can they?
It just means you need to, break it in with a tank of liquid, and then after that point, it doesn't really matter that much. Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome. Jerry, hello and welcome.
But this thing is phenomenal. It just.
Jerry says that RFK Jr. believes in way too many conspiracy theories for me to ever trust him. Well, if you ever read any of his books, you'll see that they're based on facts that are actually cited in the books. I've never seen a book like that. When he wrote that book about Anthony Fauci and the whole COVID situation, it's like reading a freaking scientific paper as far as how many sources are cited. Like every other sentence has a number next to it that you can look up the source for what he says in that book.
Exactly. It's all documented.
It's easy to dismiss him and believe, the propaganda, but when you look at it and you start looking up the sources to verify it, these aren't bullshit sources. These are actual based on different scientific studies. And with him being an environmental lawyer his entire life, that's all he freaking did to prepare for a court case. You got to read all these freaking scientific papers and be able to sum it up and dumb it down to a jury to win the case that he goes against, these polluters and whatnot.
It's like everything. If you stand against a corporation or a government or whatever, you get frowned upon and all that. I mean, we've got guys. We got a guy. Who was he? Oh God, he was a pop star, and he's been hounding the water companies for years about sewage being dumped in our rivers and everything. Fergal Sharkey, that was him. Fergal Sharkey, pop star, big, massive, like. Not a fan of water companies because it's what they're charging and what they're getting away with, and just recently it's actually come to light that he was right. They were dumping illegal raw sewage illegally into our rivers and seas, and now they're gonna get their up and comings for it. So
yeah, but as soon as you start going after these corporations, they legit have PR agencies that go out and dig up every little bit of dirt that they can on you.
Yeah,
and even when they can't dig up dirt, they'll make shit up and start plastering it everywhere to muddy the waters, get you looked down upon, and then you just are ignored.
Yeah, he was frowned upon and looked at some kind of idiot or some kind of Greenpeace person, all that bullshit, and about his lifestyle as a pop star, which every pop star has that lifestyle, whether it be women, sex, drugs, whatever, they all do it. So they drag that up and he's gone, yeah, so what? That's what I did, so what? You know what I mean? It's a bit like that other guy I watched, my little friend, Russell Brand.
It is, man.
He was the same. He said, yeah, I've done it, so what? It was in the past, I've done it, so what? What are you going to do to us? You know what I mean?
My wife's not feeling the greatest today. She caught that stomach bug that's been going around. But man, this is something I'm sure she would love. Yinzarita. It's a straight up margarita.
Hey, margarita.
It's good stuff,
no,
man.
This is mint. I'm loving this. It's just a fucking cloud chucking machine. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts.
And you got that on the Hammer of God. Brick City Vapors has those. They actually, I think they have the counterfeit ones. The knockoff ones. But
fucking hell,
clot out
crazy.
The whole room.
I've got 4 milli coils in this. They're huge.
I almost cleaned out and redid the Titan. My son was sitting there pointing. He's like, "You actually vape this?" I'm like, "Yeah, you should try it. The dual mesh coil in there is fantastic." He's like, "Oh, I can't do that much. I can't vape that much."
So that's coming out. It's coming out at 0.18.
Watts.
4 mil 6.
0.18.
4 millimeter 6 wraps. Oh, bang!
The Hog 400. That starts our hand check segment. I've got the Fat Rabbit here.
Wow.
I need to clean and redo this one. Finishing off, I plowed through the last of all of these. This luscious strawberry from episode 15. Oh my God, is that a fantastic e-liquid? I love it. I'm going to be making more of this one.
Good.
Finished off the Monkey See, Monkey Do. Finished off Sweetheart, I Love You.
Oh, thanks.
2 bottles of that.
Thanks. Never knew you cared.
That was some good stuff there. And now I need to finish this off before I clean and rewick that tank. Strawberry from hell. Strawberry log from heaven. I'm not a fan of this one. It's like, compared to this other one, this luscious strawberry swirl clone, this is like singular note strawberry shoved in your face, and that's it. And it's not, it's like a macerated strawberry. So it's not like strawberry crunch bar or strawberry log. I don't get that out of it.
It's a straight strawberry, yeah.
So I got this cleaned up.
Oh, look at it.
This is
He's
our
all prepared and ready
Vape
this week.
Dead Rabbit 3. So today we're going to try, you guys get to pick. Fruit Loops, we have red and blue cola, and banana runts. So I'll throw a chat poll up in YouTube.
Oh.
Start a poll.
Answer your question, William. Yep, it's the Hog 400.
Banana runts. Fruit Loops. And what's the other one? Red and blue cola.
Very nice. I'm sure they'll all be nice.
There you go. There's the poll. You can feel free to vote on it.
I'm going to vote straight away. I know it. I'm not going to tell you what I voted for, but there you go. Boom, it's in.
So those, the ones we have to try out. And I talked about this. I got this book, Good Energy. This is the first one I'm going to read. But I went to Patrick's live stream Friday night and ordered this book from Jacob Greer. Rediscovery of Tobacco, Smoking, Vaping, and the Creative Destruction of the Cigarette by Jacob Greer.
Very nice.
The movement to extinguish smoking, however, has become alarmingly illiberal. Smoking bans have spread beyond restaurants and bars to parks, benches, sidewalks. Rising cigarette taxes rob the wages of society's least well-off. Moral panic threatens smokers' access to potentially life-saving electronic cigarettes, and smokers are discriminated against, stigmatized, and made to feel unwelcome in society. Society.
Get it out.
I can't talk. What if there was a better way? What if there was a better way? That we discovered that you could quit smoking. The rediscovery of tobacco is a modern manifesto against the extremes of anti-smoking movement. This contrarian take on smoking makes the case for respecting the choices of consenting adults, acknowledging the genuine pleasure of pipes and cigars, and encouraging an innovative market for lower-risk competitors that will finally end the deadly reign of the cigarette. Look forward to reading that, too.
Sounds interesting. Good health book. I thought that was like I thought you were turning a leaf there and getting some kind of fitness book there for a minute.
I need to, man. I'm fat, and I'm getting fatter. And just cutting back to one meal a day and only drinking coffee during the day is not cutting it. I need to do something else. Get out and exercise.
I'm sure you've got some nice parks and woods out there you can go for a nice stroll with your little pooches, man.
We do have wonderful parks. It's not as good as Cleveland. Cleveland has the Metro Park system where you've got a river that flows down from the Lake Erie, and on both sides of that, they've established the Metro Parks that follows that whole river thing. Used to go swimming in there when I was a kid. But they've got bike trails that go along through there, through the wood. And you can run, you can walk, you can ride a bike, whatever. Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, good. I was watching a documentary about your part of the world the other day.
Oh, yeah? Where? What was it?
It's about Gettysburg, the battle.
Oh, yeah, Battle of Gettysburg.
Wow, that was fucking some shit that went down with that, man, wasn't it? Holy fuck. They didn't expect it to be the battle it was. You know what I mean? They just thought, just run it in, but fuck. They was talking about, oh God, I can't remember her name now, but it was a lady who got shot in. She was the first civilian casualty or something. She was making food and the bullet went through the door and killed her. The house is apparently still there to this day as a museum or something. And it turned out that they think she was pregnant as well at the time, and she'd never actually told her husband or boyfriend, who was obviously out fighting the war, so they never got the news, because obviously he died in battle and she died through a random bullet that went through the house. I was like, fucking hell. But it was an eye-opener, that, like, Jesus Christ almighty.
William, I'd break my ankles. It reminds me of back in high school when we were ice skating. We got dropped off at the ice skating rink. We didn't have a roller skating rink near us.
I'd rather ice skate than roller skate. Freaking roller skates are death traps.
Let's see, my problem is the bad circulation I have in my legs. It limits how much I can actually do. So...
Mallory Gates, I'm on a whiskey diet. I've lost 3 days already. I love it.
That's one way to do it. All right, so we got our hand checks out of the way. Let's take a look at William Dobson's. He was the only one that dropped it so far that I've been able to find. And his is a present from his missus as well.
Oh.
What? Why do I have to select the default app? Oh, because it didn't finish downloading. That's why. Of course.
Oh.
Censorship,
There's
incomplete censorship. It's like me trying to load Facebook. Half the time it doesn't even want to load now.
It's a big thing, this censorship, a lot, you know.
Look what his wife got him. Wasn't getting one of these, but the missus dropped it on me this morning. I feel like it was being set up for something, and yes, my reward points are almost gone due to her now getting some other bridge for her billet box, costing 174 pounds.
Ouch. Ouch. So that was the sweetener, was it? Was that the sweetener of the deal, was it?
Spent 174 pounds on a bridge, so here's a Dead Rabbit 3. Hope you like it.
Yeah, I like that. The sweetener. Boom.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Excellent.
Hot diggity.
Well stitched
Poochies
up there.
Are sleeping. That's all of our dad jokes, so I think it's time for us to... that's all of our hand checks, so it's time for our dad jokes, I guess.
Ooh.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope.
I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Do you know the story of the middle finger, mate?
No. Oh, well, then unlike
Well,
me.
now, here's something I never knew before either. And now that I know, I feel compelled to share it with my intelligent friends in the hopes that they too will feel blessed in having gained more knowledge. History is way more fun when you know more fun facts about it. Don't you agree? Well, just like you were talking about Gettysburg, before the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, the French, anticipating victory over the English, proposed to cut off the middle finger of all captured English soldiers. Without the middle finger, it would be impossible to draw the renowned English longbow, and therefore they would be incapable of fighting in the future. This famous English longbow was made of the native English yew tree, and the act of drawing the longbow was known as plucking the yew, or pluck yew. Much of the bewilderment of the French, the English won the major upset and began mocking the French by waving their middle fingers at the defeated French, saying, "We can still pluck you." Over the decades, Americans have since changed up the words, and pluck you is now fuck you. And the words often used in conjunction with a middle finger salute. It is also because of the pheasant feathers on the arrows used with the longbow that the symbolic gesture is known as giving the bird. You thought you knew everything about plucking.
Giving the bird.
And you thought you knew every plucking thing.
Yeah. See, us
Man, if
English
I could read
again.
and pronounce things today.
It's the things us English folk come up with, isn't it? You know what I mean? The things us English people come up with.
It's all your fault. Except for the logo being on there that I didn't change in this scene.
That's cool.
Got a long way to mow and a short time to get there.
Time to get there. Oh, God. A Trans Am.
Hey, man, Prohibition didn't work in the Garden of Eden. Adam ate the apple.
He did.
We still haven't learned our lesson from history, have we?
Nah. We never will, mate.
Hey,
we
man,
never will.
you remember when getting a 5-pack of these blank VHS tapes was like the amazing Christmas gift in the world?
Gosh, James. The T120s as well, the 2-hour ones.
Yeah.
But we had the long play video player, so it turned a 2-hour into a 4-hour. Whoa!
Oh. The extended play setting on the bottom of the thing.
Yeah,
that was cool. And before Kennedy dropped out, you'd be interested to find out how he was polling.
24%, Jesus. Wasn't doing bad, was he?
Not at all. So you could see why he was like, there ain't no way I'm going to win this. He was getting close.
So if you add his to Trump's, he's won.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that, are diehard Kennedy people that will not vote for either one of them.
I don't know. I think it's a bit like the old Pied Piper, isn't it? They'll dance their merry way into the fucking White House, man.
Yeah. And he's got plenty of reason to. But you kind of have to... I mean, we've moved beyond picking the lesser of two evils at this point, I think.
Yeah.
You need to take a look and see what their policies are and see what they're actually going to do that's going to benefit you and pick the one that's going to give you the most chance at achieving the benefits you desire. Hey, man, if you're in a public bathroom and the door's locked, don't forget to repeatedly try and, shake it and open it and give the person a paralyzing anxiety while they're trying to dump a load.
Are you done yet? Are you done yet? No, fuck off.
And here we go, the first woman in space. Houston, we got a problem. Oh, yeah, what's the problem? Never mind. What's wrong? Nothing. Can you please tell us what's wrong? I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Definitely.
That's going to go real well. How to become a billionaire. Step 1, save $1 million a year and do that for 1,000 years.
Fair enough. Obviously not going to live that long.
We'll hire half of our politicians billionaires, and how do they do that in just 30 or 40 years?
All backdoor handshakes, matey.
Something ain't right there, man.
Nope.
The awkward moment when your doctor has a worse sense of humor than you do.
That's class. I'd be over the moon with that. I'd be buzzing if they'd done that to me, like. That's brilliant. What a good idea. Add humor to your stitches.
Hey, man. Now that's a guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or double your garbage back.
Jarman. Yeah, I really want that one.
All right, can we as a society finally move on from these fucking useless things? Putting little price tags on our shirts?
And there's always one you're missing it, you put it on it and your collar, you're like, yeah, back.
What the hell is that? Or one, you rip off and then the other part goes flying and you step on it later, or it gets sucked in the vacuum cleaner and you hear this constant clicking.
Oh, what the hell is that?
I see here that you've been a loyal customer for the past 10 years. I'll just go ahead and increase your bill instead of giving you the same discount we give to new customers, okay?
That's so true. Yep, that is so true.
That is so annoying.
Now, do you?
Like, you know what? Yep. Fuck you. I cancel. I am officially canceling my service with you. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me talk to my supervisor.
Yeah, that's what you do, man.
Why do we have to go through that rigmarole? When you get somebody that actually bothers to call, can't you just give us the same freaking, discount that the new customers get? I'm going to come back eventually anyway.
I do it with my internet provider all the time. I ring them up and say, I say, your internet's crap, mate. Your internet's crap. I'm going to move. And they're going, hang on. And I always come off the phone with a better deal. Every time. Every time.
This is the most American grocery store aisle I've ever seen.
Beer, pizza, potatoes, guns, Bibles, and swear. Everything in one aisle. What more can you ask for?
The best quote I've heard in a while. You can't leave those who created the problem in charge of the solution.
Oh, no. No. That's so true.
I got trigger happy with the mouse. Holy cow, did you see all those fly by?
Yeah,
do you realize that almost all of this technology is now contained in our phones?
Pretty much everything.
Thank you, Lord. As the world gets crazier, the nuts get easier to find.
Here, the squirrels.
It also becomes easier to call out the nuts in society as not being truthful when actually they're the ones telling the truth and you're nuts for believing the propaganda.
Exactly.
And yes, Mallory, thank you. I do need to follow those links because they're part of the dad jokes as well. And public service announcement, insurance companies are warning campers, if your tent is stolen during the night, you won't be covered.
Okay. There had to be one, didn't there? There had to be one. Okay, yeah. Hey, Jimmy.
Come on, let's scroll up to where it was. Where'd they go? That's going too far back.
Hey, Jimmy.
There's idolizing a politician is like believing in the stripper where they likes you. Come on.
Yeah, that's a fucking weird one. Oh. Yeah. Well.
You just killed 3 people in Norway. Welcome to prison, scumbag.
Okay. That's some jail, that mate, isn't it?
Pretty cool,
Holy
eh?
moly. Better house than what I live in.
If Johnny has 2 apples, his friend gives him 3. How many does he have?
Three plus 2. 5. Perfect. If Johnny has 3 apples and his friend gave him 2 more, how many he got? 50. No. No, where the fuck you get 50 from? If Johnny has 3 apples and his friend gave him 2 more apples, how many apples does he have altogether?
It's not 50, is it 42?
I teach my teacher, you can't beat the answer into the kid.
God damn, like, it don't take it. It's simple. It's simple math.
Okay, son.
You know this.
Listen, son. The answer is 5. So if Johnny got 2 apples and his friend gave him 3 apples, how many apples do he get?
12.
Listen, maybe you didn't hear me. I say the answer is 5. So if Johnny got 2 apples and his friend gave him 3 apples, how many apples do he got?
13.
Oh my God, you motherfucker. So if Johnny got 2 apples and his friend gave him 3 apples, how many apples do he got?
100.
This motherfucker.
Get your ass out of here.
The math ain't mathing up, man. The math just don't math. That's like me trying to teach his dog not to go pee on the carpet.
Oh, bless.
Forgiveness is to swallow when all you want to do is spit.
Jesus.
Advice from the New Stanton United Methodist Church.
Jesus.
Okay, here's my question. Why does the worship time start at 9:19 and 10:44?
It's not like a...
They don't start on the hour? Or even the half hour?
It's a specific time, innit? 9:19, be there. Or else.
You know, sometimes we put up walls, not to keep people out, but to see who cares enough to knock them down.
Wise words of Mr. President.
Me too, vending machine, me too.
The light inside is broken, but I still work. Yeah. What a true statement.
Uncomfortable truth. The average lifespan is 77 years old, unless you live in the United States, and it's much less than that. If you're in Japan, it's much more than that. Middle age isn't 50. It's more like 38. So travel and experience life while you still can.
77. Thought it'd be older than that in this day and age.
Actually, it's not, especially in the United States. No society wants you to become wise. It is against the investment of all societies. If people are wise, they cannot be exploited.
True.
Things not looking so good for millennials. Let's take a look at the median income from 1977 to 2016. doesn't really change, does it?
No.
But the price of a loaf of bread has gone from 32 cents to $1.96, and actually now it's like freaking $3 a loaf of bread. Median income has remained the same. But sure, let's keep paying people to write articles about how our generation is at fault for society's problems. Sure.
Fucking here. Here
you go, new definition for MAGA. Maybe afford groceries again? Maybe?
Oh my God. Really?
And a little bit of science for you. Black is technically not a color, but the absence of all color or light. When an object appears black, it is because it absorbs all colors of light and reflects none.
No.
Sex while camping.
I'll just put that there.
Intense.
It's just intense. Yeah. Has the penny dropped yet? Intense.
It's intense, man. It's intense. This is what a farmer looked like when Kennedy was assassinated, and this is what farmers look like now. Nothing to worry about.
Yeah. No, just protect themselves from all the fucking chemicals they're spraying on the crops.
It's the Bill Gates mosquitoes he's trying to protect himself against. This is cage-free. This is pasture-raised.
Okay.
Tonight's funnies. There's nothing funnier than a woman with 3 mega mansions, private jets, helicopters, and yachts giving you a lecture about income equality.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that. Yeah,
hey, man, that guy just stole your shit. The turd burglar.
Turd burglar. I love it. Turd burglar.
The typical salary needed to become a homeowner in the United States is now $106,500. Just a mere 80% increase from the $59,000 required in 2020.
Jeez.
Most states are like, oh no, we have an invasive species. Louisiana is like, hey man, what does that taste like?
What does it taste like, man? I'll eat it.
Woman stuck with $3,100 dinner bill after her blind date refused to pay for her and the 23 family members she brought along.
Fucking 23. Jesus. Free meal.
Step 1, take car. Step 2, go to Mom's. Step 3, kill Phil. Sorry, Phil. Step 4, go to Winchester. Step 5, have a nice cold pint. Step 6, wait for this whole thing to blow over.
Oh, like easy as that.
It is easy as that when you grew up with comedians like this. This is why we don't get offended by stupid shit anymore.
Nope. Eddie Murphy. Wouldn't put it that one.
Scientific fact, it is impossible for a man to walk by a pallet jack without strongly considering using it like a scooter.
Been there, done that. Whee!
My mind races as to what this could actually mean.
Cool,
what the hell is Florida-style pizza?
Pass. A pizza's a pizza, isn't it?
On this day, 55 years ago, Polk High All-City fullback Al Bundy scored 4 touchdowns, including the game-winning 75 yards out, to lead the Panthers to the 1966 city championship over Andrew Johnson High. How many of you remember Al Bundy or this story?
He was up married with, I was thinking of Al Bundy and married
with children. Al Bundy.
Yeah.
With Christina Applegate in it.
Wow.
All right, here we go. We're going to ruffle some feathers today. Die Hard is a Harry Potter movie. He sneaks around a tower at night, avoiding Alan Rickman.
Brilliant movie. Classic.
Never trust a dude who sucked your titties and didn't tuck them back in your bra. That dude will always leave you hanging.
Jesus.
Wow. And we thought Disney movies were bad.
Yeah. Good old Skeletor.
You gonna look inside that egg? Fuck no, man.
Fuck no.
We're out of here.
I reckon by Ridley Scott.
I have a pet termite. I named him Clint. Clint eats wood.
No.
You can't change the meme. I'm altering the meme. Pray I don't alter it further.
Jeez. Oh, Lord.
Right-wingers out here making Kamala look like she's about to drop the most brutal metal album ever.
Yeah.
You know what, man? She coming to a convention dressed like that, she might actually pick up a bunch of votes.
Open show.
All she needs is Snoop Dogg hanging in the back with her.
Good old Snoop.
Can't stop thinking about people who first ate mushrooms through trial and error. Oh, this one tastes like meat. This one killed Kevin instantly, and this one made me see God for 3 weeks.
I'll take the third one.
When I donate blood, I don't extract it myself. The nurse does it for me. I understand, sir, but this is a sperm bank. It doesn't work that way here.
Oh, shit.
What? No more sperm bank donations for me.
If only, yeah. If only.
Hello, Invisible Woman. Hey, how'd you know I was here, Ben? Oh, I don't know. You left your butt plug in.
Oh, shit.
All right, man, get this. Ozzy is moving out of America to England because he thinks the USA is getting too crazy. So let that sink in. Ozzy Osbourne thinks America is too crazy. I think, man, we're fucked.
Definitely. You're doomed. Of all the people, Ozzy Osbourne.
And I think this meme was made last year because, like, after the stories we've been seeing about the UK, I'm not sure that's a good country to go to.
Yeah, he's staying right for where he is, mate.
Hey, I thought monkeypox was a hoax. God. And then I saw her face.
Yeah,
now I'm a believer.
Now I'm a believer.
Between Saving Private Ryan at $70 million, Interstellar at $165 million, and The Martian, $108 million, America has spent nearly $350 million trying to rescue Matt Damon.
3 brilliant films, aren't they? Classics.
Hey, man, we just had a guy come into our auto parts store asking if we sold longer dipsticks because this doesn't reach his oil anymore.
Who's the dipstick now, eh?
Show us where the bad meme touched you. Right there in my mangina. The bad meme touched me. In my mangina while I had the man flu. Is it too early to joke about this? Honoring Rosa Parks. Still ending up in the back of the bus.
Oh, Jesus. Ouch.
You should get a therapy dog. Me sharing problems with my therapy dog.
The dog's like, fuck this.
Like, speaking of dogs, do my dogs want a treat? Huh?
Ooh. Are they awake?
Do the doggies want a treat? Doug, you want a
Well,
bone?
I can see a wagging tail. I can see the wagging tail.
Ready? Go get it. Ready?
One down. Two down. Two.
They're fired.
Where's the other one?
They're fired. Neither one of them are on camera. One went in the hallway, the other one's sitting right next to me.
Go, what the hell did you do that for? You go get it. Hey, penny dropped. I bet the dog was sitting there going, what the hell did you do that for?
I purposely moved the camera overhead of where their beds are. Figuring, oh, this will be perfect.
Obviously not. Oh, there you go. Another one's come in. Where's doggy number 3?
The wife came home, so she's outside, I imagine.
The doggies with with wife.
Speaking of doggies.
That's actually now that meme. That meme you've got now is your dog's face when you hide that fucking biscuit away.
Yeah.
He's like, what you fucking doing, mate?
When you leave your dog with your grandparents. Or my wife.
That's so true. Yeah, that's not true. They get spoiled rotten. I'm the same, like I do with myself.
I've gotten corrupted. I do the same thing now after I get done eating. My wife, fixes my plate and it's just a mound of food. And I'm like, sometimes I just can't finish it. As much as I could finish it, I know I shouldn't. So I make sure I leave them each a little something at the end.
I did it last night with my chicken curry. I scooped a few bits of chicken to the side, a little bit of rice, ate all the onions and most of the spicy curry, just have a bit of rice and chicken and bang, you fucking buried it.
Hey man, what are your dogs' names? Calvin and Klein. But isn't that a brand of underwear? Exactly. My dogs are boxers.
Oh, God. Get the fuck.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, shit.
You thought that was bad?
What the hell?
Look at that dog's face.
It's like, fuck. It's fucking mortified.
Like, oh, shit. What are we doing here? You gonna eat it on camera if I give you another bone? Greedy little sucker, you. That's what you want?
There we go.
Ready? Ready? Go get it. Come on. Go get it.
There we go. Nope, he's buggered off.
I give up.
The golden rule of live shows, mate. Never work with fucking animals.
When you're taught your entire life to use sir or ma'am, your entire childhood, and then into adulthood, and then it becomes impolite to assume somebody's gender.
Years of economy trade wasted. Oh my God almighty.
I'm sorry, man. For my entire life, I've started off anything I've DJ'd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of this, or hello and welcome to this, or happy birthday to so-and-so, or we have the lovely bride and groom here. No, it's like, you're not supposed to do that.
Get ya. Hello, Mr. Miss or Mrs. Mr.
When you want to key his car, but he ain't got one, so you bend his bus pass.
Yeah.
That'll teach him.
Oh, dear.
The homeless dude outside the supermarket watching me ride the coin-operated horse after I told him I didn't have any change.
Yeah.
Didn't you love that when you were a kid, man? Ride those little merry-go-rounds outside of Kmart, whatever store they had.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to win
Little rocking horse.
from me. Used to love them. Yeah.
Quitting vaping is so fucking easy.
Stick her in the can. Holy fuck.
I gave you one. You took off. You ain't getting another one. Sorry, dude. You attract what you fear. Oh my God, I'm so scared of a $10 billion.
If only. If only.
I'm scared of what it'll do to me. Speaking of being scared, damn it, Alice! I'm on my knees because I want to propose marriage.
Oops.
How I spoke to my best friend when we first met versus how I speak to them now. So I'm not leaving until you laugh. Hey, Panini Head! Are you even fucking listening to me?
Good old Gordon Ramsay.
If the army was a sign. Entrance only, do not enter.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
If you walk by my house and you hear me yelling, it's not yelling. It's called motivational speaking for people that don't want to fucking listen.
Like that. Like that one. Definitely like that one.
Are you interested in my new religion? Go on. Pocket Bible. Don't be a cunt. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. I like that.
Cut my leash into pieces. This is my bestest bork. Domestication, no breeding, can't give a heck, because they neutered my weenie.
Oh. MC dog.
Did somebody order a pumpkin spice latte?
Oh,
a poor dog.
Poor bugger. Oh, bless.
We're going to close the unproductive tax loopholes that have allowed some of the truly wealthy to avoid paying their fair share. In theory, some of those loopholes were understandable, but in practice, they sometimes made it possible for millionaires to pay nothing, while a bus driver was paying 10% of his salary. And that's crazy. It's time that we stop it. Oh, yeah?
Ronnie Reagan, eh?
How'd that work out for you? Reaganomics.
Exactly.
You give money to the rich and it will trickle down to the poor.
Nope, don't work like that.
And that's the end of our dad jokes for the week of August 27th, 2024.
Ow, that's good.
Sorry, dog. I am not giving you another bone.
Yeah, but he's not going to stay in the spotlight. Hell no.
I pay you bones to be in the camera, not sit here and stare at me. You want a vape? We really do spoil our dogs.
That's what they're there for, matey. You know where mine is. You've been asleep for like a day. Maybe with a wife. Maybe sitting chilling with a wife.
Delicious.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right. It's time for a
That's
retro vape.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, a long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, Alex decided to throw his scale onto the floor. And I did clean a bunch of drippers for our DIY section. But thank you to Brick City Vapors in North Olmsted, Ohio, for having these lovely pieces so we can have a retro vape this week. So we have the Lost Vape CENTAURUS M200 and the Vapefly Core RTA. First things first, time for us to take a look at this lovely mod. Look at that box. That's class, man. Look at that. Homie had to go take a leak. Clouded out the bathroom. Oh, I love to feel that clicky button. And the switch. Beautiful. Look at this. Talk about class. USB-C charging cable. Here's their user manual. Switching between modes. And a warranty registration card. Class, baby. That's class. Tips number 1. Press the fire button 3 times consistently within 2 seconds to lock or unlock the output power. The fire button will still work in this setting. Tips 2. Press the fire button 5 times under the lock power state to switch to normal RDA DIY mode. So you have a normal mode and you have a RDA mode. Interesting. Safety manual. So this is a 152 gram mod, dual 18650 batteries not included. Input voltage is 6 to 8.4 volts. For battery voltage is 3 to 4.2. Output voltage is 0.7 volts to 10 volts. Power range is 5 to 200 watts. 1 amp charging capacity. Cool. Let's get some batteries in this thing. Oh, replaceable covers. Minus, plus, a switch to turn it on and off. That is sweet. So we have regular and RDA mode. I like it. I like it. And this is the core RTA before us today. Look at that thing. They had 3 of these. This one was the one that was on display. This is the gold one. It's actually brass in color. They also had a black one, which I know doesn't do good on camera, especially in front of this thing here. Although it probably would have gone better, you know, style-wise with this, although that's not bad. I kind of like that brass and gunmetal.
My apologies, calling nature.
I know, I heard your smoke detector going off.
No, I left the door on. Oh, shit. As soon as I walked out the door, I went, oh no, I've left the door open. Damn.
Look, you can change the covers on the CENTAURUS. And it's got a switch on the front to turn it on and off. A proper switch.
When I've got the CENTAURUS something. What the hell's it called again? The CENTAURUS blah, blah, blah. I can't remember now.
This is the M200.
Nice.
All right. So this is the Vapefly core. And I love the fact this is another one of those partnerships with the German team.
Ooh.
Look at that airflow. I saw that and I'm like sold.
That'd be amazing, that bottom airflow. That would be absolutely amazing for flavour.
Hell yeah.
A little bit of side airflow, but mainly bottom airflow.
It might be a little pain in the wazoo trying to get this to, you know, the old Velocity style clamp system. But other than that, man, I'm looking forward to this. I should really put this on the build stand. There's the upper port domed lid on there.
Looks quite nice, actually. Very nice.
And it's a screw-on top with real threads. Threads are beautiful. German 103 team. Co-designed. The core RTA.
No bubble glass light, no?
Yes, bubble glass.
Oh, there is a bubble. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
And they gave you some real Vapefly Firebolt cotton. No
very
coils.
Nice.
Spare peripherals. Oh, you have an 810 to 510 drip tip adapter. And spare silicone. You get a tri screwdriver.
They're still doing them.
No coils.
Jesus.
Sorry.
It's a bit of a bummer. I like either cotton but no coils.
That's all right, man. That's all right. We got coils. Coils
galore.
Grab our non-mooring pliers. Shit this up.
Coils galore.
Close enough. Are they gonna stick out far enough? That's the question.
Yeah, it's the old thingy deck, isn't it? This is quite a nice looking deck, like from above.
I'm excited for that airflow.
That's got to be a flavour banger, that. Presume it's not too restrictive, obviously. Oh, on me.
Gonna have to space these out a little.
Really? Ooh. Yeah, it's a pretty wide deck, like, isn't it?
All right. So let me snip these even.
Wow. That's sitting right above that airflow, and it'll be hickety too. Hell yeah. Oh my God. Ooh. Ah. Little twist and jobs are good. They were very finicky then, weren't they? You had to hold one, push the other one through, hold the other one, push that through, and oh. The things we had to do, eh?
Well, I'm gonna have to cut this shorter. What did I cut these ones to? Six.
The art of the deck. The art of the deck.
Oh, yeah. All right, so let's just put that in there. Snip them flush. Literally just taking a mill off. That's it. That's all she was.
Not too bad.
Drop that one in there. Drop this one in here. Insert them over the airflow. And tighten it down.
Sometimes I remember days ago, sometimes I used to push them flush with the pores. And then obviously you know how when you make a coil. Yeah, now a coil springs up, and then when the time you pull them out, it pulls them down to diameter as well as you know, where you want them. Good old days, eh? We're just the good
really
old
simple.
boys. Yeah, it's
never meaning no harm.
It's old school. God, that's lovely. Lovely that is. Lovely. So then just Claptons, yeah?
Tri-core fuse Claptons. That's my standard one that I always go with.
Yeah, I tend to stick with them. I like tri-core fuses.
Supposed to be 0.26 ohms normally, and then you trimmed a little bit off of it, so 0.13.
Wow. You've got plenty. They weren't off Amazon by any chance, were they?
Yes, they were, sir.
They look all right as well, considering the Amazon. They don't look too bad.
I put them in my arbiters numerous times. I love them. They work great. Very affordable. And easy to find. I'm going to have to wait for that to cool off. So while we're waiting for that to cool off, let's
I normally get the wire.
end this poll.
I think you'll find the banana, matey.
Yes. 50% banana runts.
There you go, Seth. That's kind of what I voted for. I'm sure I remember you making it and it just looked good.
Banana Runts was 50%, Fruit Loops was 21%, and Red and Blue Cola was 29%. So we'll end that poll there. Banana Runts is what we're going to set it up as. I'm going to pull the recipe up so you all get to see the recipe for the Banana Runts. Banana,
Very nice.
fairy floss, which is cotton candy, marshmallow custard, super sweet, and vanilla swirl.
I love that vanilla swirl. It's so good. So good on its own. Oh, I could drink it. I love vanilla swirl. It's just so good. Oh my God, is it not?
Man, does that smell like a banana runt? I didn't clean these after I dry burned them, so I might end up getting a little off notes there, but that's okay. I'm used to doing that when I dry burn these coils. Let that cotton fully saturate.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, what do I do with the... That's so easy to put together. Holy cow.
Looks very simple, like.
And the threads, I just can't get over how smooth the threads are on this. Hopefully it's come a long way, man. I'm quite impressed with this.
It's yeah, looks very good.
That's weird on the knuckle. I got the initial thing of the banana, but then it's like... It's not sweet at all. I smell the vanilla, but I don't taste anything like that. Taste any of the vanilla, taste any of the custard. Certainly don't taste the fairy floss or the cotton candy aspect of it. Even the 0.2% of super sweet is just like... not present in that.
Really?
I'll switch batteries here. just love the hand feel of that. Mag 18. Mag P3. Where's the other one? Here's the Mag 18. Look at that puff counter. I think it's time to clear that puff counter. What do you think?
Holy shit, yeah.
Puff. Clear. Yes. Touchscreen. I love it.
Touchy screeny, yeah.
Come on. Focus camera.
Boom.
0.17 ohms.
Very nice. Motherfucker.
Kind of throaty.
Throaty?
Like I overnicked it.
I know that feeling. I remember what you put in. Actually, I think it's under 6. Was it 6 millimeter? I'm sure it was 6.
Yeah, it's a 6. I didn't film it when I was mixing it. So it is possible, you know, I put 3.73 in it, and then I got done mixing it and go, oh, I forgot to put the thing in, and oh, I added it in there.
Yeah.
I've done that before.
Now it's like 20 milligrams.
It's 12. But I don't know if that's really it or not. Definitely needs more sweetness. It doesn't taste like a candy. Banana Runs is a straight up candy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the fact that it's got the custard in there. He says you're supposed to wait 48 hours for the banana to come back in. I get the banana smell, but not the flavor.
Oh, man. One that sounds the best.
It says add 0.2% of super sweet to get a sticky mouthfeel. I certainly don't feel a sticky mouthfeel.
No. Odd one, mate. Very odd one.
I think it just needs to sit for those other flavors to come into play.
The possibility.
Well, we made that banana marshmallow custard tart before, and that one legit takes a good 2 or 3 months to fully develop its flavors to get the body out of that custard. So this may be one of those ones that I'm going to have to leave sit there. Good thing I've got more than one of these tanks.
Oh, wonder why.
All right. We'll set this off to the side and come back to it.
These trusty old
but that means that we're gonna have to use a different liquid on this other tank.
Take your pick, whatever you fancy.
They all sounded interesting, so I was like, yeah, I'm just going to make a bunch of them.
Why not? Well, there's it, isn't it? Well,
This is what I should have picked up while I was there.
Oh, cotton.
Firebolt cotton, mate.
The old shoelace. I don't mind that stuff. It's all right. Excuse me.
I did finally getting around to changing the tips on my tweezers.
Oh, well, there you go.
I took off the broken ones and pitched them, and I consolidated one into here. They come to the end, and I put new ones on the other one. That was a good bargain.
Nice.
I think it was like $8 or something for a bag of 10 or 20 of them. 10 sets. Yeah,
that's all
20.
right. That's all right.
That's a good deal. Considering it was $7 for the tweezers. Individual if you buy them.
I bought a pack. I think I bought a pack for about 12 quid and I got like 3 pairs of each, something like that.
Yeah. And then there's the replacement ceramic tweezers. And it comes with screws and nuts. So that was really nice. And I have to apologize for last week. I put my son on the microphone I used to use, forgetting the fact that the DBX286, which was going bad, is the reason why I got off of that microphone.
Ah.
So not only did I have to tweak the settings to reduce the background noise and to reduce the fact that, you know, that mic was picking me up and my mic was picking him up, but it was randomly cutting in and out. These too long? Yeah. Yeah, they're a little too long. Not much, just a mil.
Oh, that was shit. What about that? Boom.
Love it.
Looks really nice, that thing. Like, really nice looking. Boom, drop it in.
Unfortunately, they didn't give you a whole lot of space in this.
They looked a bit tight, them cotton wells, or shall we say.
That's the reason why I chose the Vapefly cotton instead of the one I normally have, because the stuff I have is a little denser than Vapefly cotton, shoelace cotton that they have.
Yeah, it's pretty thin, that stuff, isn't it? Doesn't take much to thin it out.
All right.
Off the fluffy bit. Get up the fluffy bit and drop it in.
They drop straight down, mate. They're just barely hanging down below there. You can still see there's actually space underneath them. So it's not touching the bottom of the deck. I learned that the hard way. You don't want that actually touching the bottom of the deck because
no,
it can
just
wick.
want them plugging through the hole.
Yeah.
Kind of choke it because when it expands, if you're touching it, just chokes it where it comes through. So you just want to just pop them through. Lovely. Very nice. Very nice.
Still too much.
You're doing a bit of undertickle there as well. Why? Yeah, you're
When I
getting
saw
posh.
it the first time, I thought that, this might be a little issue for this particular tank. It's like the failings of the original Dead Rabbit. Because the wicking length is so long to reach down there, you need to make sure that you don't choke that out at all. And like you said, the cotton expands once you get the liquid on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Come on. Get down in there. Don't want any bends right at the point where it drops down in. There you go. That's some free space. Able to move.
That looks good.
Feels good. That can drop down in there. There's room for it to easily go down. No resistance whatsoever. All right.
Juicer up, boy.
Another piece of shoelace left.
Yep.
All right. What do we got?
Looking good, man. It's looking good. But what are you going to go for? What are you going for?
Southern Peach, Double Delight.
Oh, that looks nice. That really does look nice.
Or Spoonful.
But no idea what flavor Spoonful is.
Fruit Loop cereal.
Ah, Fruit Loops. I'm a peach
You're
guy
frozen.
myself, like. I'm just
Peach
saying.
guy.
I'm a peach guy. I'm playing musical statues. God damn it. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all I ever wanted. Your arms over wide. God damn, I froze. What a bummer. I don't know why. Where am I? I'm froze on. I ain't froze on Ninja.
It's just OBS.
It's OBS being a pain in the tits.
We're not frozen
We're
there.
back. Guess who's back? Back again.
The boys are back in
Guess who's
town.
back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
God, this
Love
smells
it.
so good.
Oh,
All right.
bit of peach, man. Can't go wrong with a bit of peach, man. You can't go wrong, Captain.
Oh, those threads smooth. Oh, man. I hate when they did that. Just a half a mil. That's all you needed. Another half a mil.
Uh-oh. Ouch. Bummer.
Here you go.
Boom.
I
Ah,
think that
nice,
looks
nice,
good.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Black and gold. Boom. Very nice. Awesome, my friend.
0.12 ohms. Oh,
That's a
baby.
nice. That's spot on. Got a dial on and all. Jesus.
You can
That's cool.
dial in the voltage.
That's cool.
Oh, man, I love that.
Getting all posh in your old age, mate. All posh. That, boys, is the signature sit back in the chair means he likes it.
3 clicks, it's locked in. But you can't adjust it now.
Stops where you want it. Ooh. Very nice.
Close the airflow down a little bit. Concentrate that. That's what it took. Just a little closing of the airflow on the bottom. That slight bit of restriction. Boom. And it's sweet and flavorful and juicy. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, baby.
You like that one.
How old is this?
Ooh. Judging
2018.
Judging by the reaction, it doesn't really matter, does it? It still works.
2018. Jay Hayes did it August 5th. He was the first one. Wendy didn't get it until February.
That's all right. 6 years.
That's like Oxford reached out to me and you want to try the new Xlim 2? I'm like, ooh, yeah. Yes, please. Meanwhile, Mike's already got the video up on it.
No way. Look at that. I was one in there. Bummer.
Mm. Delicious. Fantastic.
As soon as I seen them bottom airflow holes, I knew it'd be a good flavorful tang. Like, it just works every time.
Yeah, you got massive airflow right across the bottom. Plus, you have it coming off to the side, so you've already got, 2/3 of the coil covered in airflow, yeah. And there's more across the bottom, so it's going to run across the sides all the way up. Perfect.
Bo said, "Bottom airflow is king, my friend. Bottom airflow is king." Works every time.
That's why they said that. The only thing that you can do to improve it is to balance the input and the output. And that's why you'll see honeycomb openings on the airflow rings and inside the tank. And if they're equal, then you don't get that hollow feeling.
Yeah. For 6 years old, you're not complaining.
Yeah, there's no hollow feeling to this one either because it's wide open coming in. The only restriction there is right next to the coils, where you get the high velocity airflow hitting the side of that coil. And then space coils, they'll never get the hot spots.
Nope. Everyone's a winner, eh?
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, man.
Winner,
Perfect.
winner, chicken dinner. I haven't heard that for ages. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Our fire company used to do that as a slogan.
Well, you could do chicken dinner on a fire, I suppose.
Fundraisers, we used to do them all the time. Love it.
Nice one, mate. Very good. Nice choice.
How much do you think it cost me for all this? It wasn't discount. It wasn't a bargain basement purchase. They still have them for regular sale.
$80.
Yep. If you take the tax off, you're right.
Really? Oh, don't shut the door. Well, the tax on's 100.
No, it's I bought it in Ohio. So it was just regular sales tax.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Cuyahoga County sales tax is 10.6%. No, 8%.
Ooh. Ouch.
8%.
That's not too
It's cheaper
bad.
than you have with your VAT. Because don't you guys have sales tax plus VAT?
This VAT, it's value added tax. That's it.
If I would have bought that in the state of
Taxes are-
Pennsylvania, there would have been a 40% wholesale tax on top of that price right there.
Ouch.
In Allegheny County, it's 8% tax. If you come across the border into Westmoreland County, you lose a 1%. Save an extra 1%.
I don't know what our rate of VAT is. I'm not sure. Find out.
Wow, that's just delicious. And I love that dial. You dial in your wattage. Dial to make changes. A real switch on the bottom to turn the thing off and on. Sold.
Yeah, I thought that. No, our VAT rate's about 20%. Very high. Very high.
Yeah, but I'd be willing to pay that for... Because that covers your health care.
20% VAT. So 100 quid be 120 quid with VAT. As if they don't tax us enough, the rotten bastards.
Yeah, there's always so much tax on everything nowadays. It's utterly preposterous how bad it's gotten. Everywhere you go.
It's not that. It's not that. It's the amount of tax they're collecting, and yet we're still living in austerity, and we're still getting all the services cut to freaking shit. Yet they're still raking in all the tax money. Bullshit, man. Horseshit.
But I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, you know, these pharmaceutical companies have been raping us for how long now? And then you take a look at the food supply, and if the food supply is tainted with chemicals and who knows what else, and then it's labeled as organic, thinking that it's going to be good for us, but actually that causes injuries too, because the bacteria that's on that stuff that doesn't get washed properly. You guys have it easy. We can't even buy raw eggs. We have to have the eggs that are bleached and machine processed and sterilized. We have to refrigerate our eggs because they've washed off the protective coating that Mother Nature puts on it. You guys buy your eggs, you can leave them out on the counter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Because that coating is still on it.
Oh, natural, sir. Oh, natural.
But your chicken coops are a lot cleaner than the American ones. That's why they do it.
Well, we don't really... I mean, a lot of our chickens now are like, say, free range. They're not in like cages anymore like they used to. They used to call them battery hens, didn't they, when they were all cooped up and caged and all that shit. But that's kind of been made of illegal. I think it's illegal over here now to have that kind of shit. I think they've all got to be free range. So where they're just wandering around and doing the, you know,
Yeah,
whatever
here in the
they do.
States, they just call it cage free. Meanwhile, they're still locked up in a barn. Yeah, the individual chicken isn't caged into a certain area. They can roam about the whole building, but they're all still like thousands of chickens shoved into a building, the doors are closed.
Inside rather than the inside rather than roaming freely outside.
Roaming around.
Yeah. It's just shit, man. But again, it's mass production, isn't it? That's, you know, it fucks them up. Absolutely fucks them right up. Yeah. Free range eggs. That's what they're called. Free range eggs.
I'm wondering how much the heat's going to build up in this thing.
I don't know.
It's a lot better than some of the other retro vapes that we've tried in the past.
Yeah.
Those other ones, you start chain vaping, and next thing you know, it's so hot you burn your tongue if you come off for the Delver and drip tip.
That seems to have a pretty tall one anyway. It's got a pretty tall drip tip on it, so I used to always love them, the tall drip tips from Mint.
And the inside has got that conical beveling to it.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. That's cool.
Really, really like that. Cloud Chucker, hello and welcome.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
Love it.
For what
Love
it is,
mate.
anyway. For what it is, my friend.
I'm chuffed to bits.
You got a good setup there, mate. You got a good setup, or like you say, probably a bargain deal when you're part of the world.
And the box, the classic. Look at that. The
Oh,
presentation.
nice,
They don't do that kind of stuff anymore.
Nah. That packaging's crap now. Remember the days when they used to put a bit more effort in, didn't they?
Yeah.
The CENTAURUS. Very nice.
I'm glad I got this. I really am. That is just awesome. That's gonna have to go. I'll have to find a place on the shelf to put that.
Shelf? But use it, mate. Don't shelve it. Use it.
No. This is gonna get used. I'm talking about the boxes.
Ah.
You put that much effort into the box, it's not going in another box. That's gonna get on display.
Oh, I must have it. All my boxes are upstairs in the box. I don't even know why I keep them, you know. I've got a box for everything I've bought, and I've never threw it out. Everything. I don't know why.
It is so delicious. Just a hint of sweetness. Enough so that you can actually fully experience that peach. The one that really, really floors me is it's a brand called Squeezed.
Yeah.
Holy cow. The only thing that's even come close to that so far has been this Frusion Juice Company. But the amount of juiciness and sweetness that comes out of that is so realistic. I mean, it's unsurpassed. And I have yet to make anything DIY that was as good as Squeezed. Green apple. Tastes legit like a green apple. You bit into one.
Really?
That sourness,
Wow.
the sweetness, the texture, the meaty texture of the apple fully comes through in a squeezed green apple. They also have a watermelon, a squeezed watermelon. I know you don't care for watermelon, but this one is just like I don't know how they get that meaty texture translated into the vapor, but they can do it.
Wow. It's like I see watermelon's not my bag.
I'm on the hunt for an orange flavor that is similar to Flavor's Orange. It legit tastes like Tang. And the only flavor that I know of that it was even called that was Vape Train made an orange Tang. And unfortunately, right now, there's only 2 places in the world you can buy it. Num Nums has it, and there's a place up in Canada by Seattle, Washington that has it.
No. What's it? Have a look.
Vape Train Australia was the brand. VTA Orange Tang, Tang.
Num Nums.
All right. Well,
Yes.
While you're looking that up, I think it's time for us to roll the random recipe bumper. Get that started. Alrighty, bring up my flavor stash and asking them what can I make. Here's the beautiful list that they brought up for us today. Let's go a couple pages into it. See if we find something. Banana custard. We have TPA's banana cream, cheesecake graham crust, super sweet, and vanilla custard. Banana cream is pushed to 15%. This is definitely set up for a pod juice. 29% total flavoring. Wow. So we can find something that didn't have quite so much shoved into it. That looks interesting. Blood orange, royal orange juice, and sweet tangerine. 6.3% total flavoring. I think we should throw this together, see what we got.
Not getting anything but orange tang.
No.
I've got a tangy orange from Capella, orange from Wonder Flavors, tangerine from Wonder Flavors, tangerine Flavora, and a fizzy sherbet.
All right, blood orange and royal orange flavor art.
That's a shame. Is he not selling out now on flavors? Like, you're not order off direct off his website, or is he shut down now?
He can't right now. Customs has everything locked up for him. Remember last week or week before he was talking
right,
about
yeah.
they even have bottles held up in customs.
That's right. So they held everything up for him, haven't they? What flavorings, eh?
Royal orange juice. Okay. Sweet tangerine Capella. All right. Purelum super sweet.
So you're going with the orange theme, yeah?
Yeah, I fancy a little orange. Been here talking about it.
Products DIY. The Alchemist. A-T-A-N-G. No. No. Blood orange. Oh, God. Blood orange. Royal orange juice. Tangerine. Not that one. Sorry, I'm just having to see if there's some other sites that got anything else shit on.
.93 of our secret sauce.
Oh, 0.93, love it. Oh shit.
That's close enough. I'm not gonna. Okay, blood orange be our first one. Bright, really crisp. Almost has a grapefruity aspect to it. Not like an orange tang.
That's a short fill, that.
0.6.
There's a place called Vape Club got an orange tang, but it's a short fill.
Coasted right up and past it. All right, royal orange juice, flavor art.
Yeah, that one's not a flavor.
Doesn't really have a significant orange scent to it. It almost smells like, you know, when you go to peel an orange and you get that spurt of oil from the rind when you pierce your thumb through it to peel
it's like that citrusy stuff in it.
That citrusy rind kind of scent. All right, we need 0.9 of this.
Oh. Ah. Got it. I found it, motherfucker.
Did ya?
I found it. I actually found it. I found it, you motherfucker. There you go. Have a look at him.
Yep, that's VTA. What's the price and what's the quantity? How many mils?
Well, at the moment, it's only giving you the option of a 10 ml bottle size, which is £2.59.
So you're looking at
50 bottles.
So 30 mils is like six pounds.
Yeah.
That's like $10 our currency, thereabouts.
Yeah.
For a
Is that the
30
correct
mil
stuff
bottle.
though, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the correct one, yeah. It's from King Flavors.
0.35.
Don't know where they are. Where are they? That's the thing. Just seeing if I can look at their website, see where they are. Got a WhatsApp. They're in the UK. So they're UK. There you go, my friend.
6 mils of PG.
I'm going to bookmark that for you, matey.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the sad reality is Vape Trade in Australia went out of business.
Alien. They've called it that. They had it in stock, like.
Yeah, because they probably bought a gallon of it, you know?
Yeah.
And then broke it down into different sizes for people.
What if it's a popular flavor, though? You know what I mean? Depends. Like I say, if they've still got it in stock, it might have been a big seller.
Yeah. Ooh. Holy combination.
Get the wafty.
A complete orange, like somebody just ripped one open in half. You know what I mean?
Really?
You started to peel it, and you found the end of it, and you just like peeled it all open, and you get that spurt of orange and the oils and the juices, and I hope it tastes as good as it smells.
That's the thing, isn't it?
All right, give it a little stir. And 26.5.
Boom. Looking good.
Good enough, man.
Looks good. Looks nice color, that, no?
Smells good, too.
It looks like fucking orange, mate.
Give her a nice shake.
That's nice.
All right. Close all this. Don't need that.
Damn.
They came out with new software for the label maker.
Pretty good.
Yes and no. They made
yes,
things
no.
better, but they also changed a bunch of stuff. So like now when you go to print a label, it legit cuts it every single time. So that little part inside of your label maker that's like bent, waiting to get printed, gets cut off. So the label you print is actually completely flat, and the text butts up against the end of the label. So in that regard, it's nice, but you're wasting more label.
Yeah. Bummer. Absolute bummer. Where was I with that? Come on.
Print there, mate. The old software, notice how they get that bent section on the end?
Yeah.
So if you're putting that on like a folder or something, I could understand maybe you want a completely flat piece of label. But for me, putting it on a bottle, I kind of like the fact that it's got extra there and it's already pre-bent.
That's okay, I like that.
There we go. I lost another Arbiter glass the other day.
You didn't.
Yeah. I was cleaning up and I had the tank sitting there. I ran out of racks to put the old tanks in. So I just literally have it sitting on the drip tip. So I moved something and it knocked something else over. It was a domino chain. And then the last thing on the thing was the Arbiter. And it rolled off of my desk and the basket was open on the metal storage thing beneath it. So when it fell, broke the glass.
What do you like? What the fuck's name's happened there?
Alrighty. Let's get the drop out.
Oh, God almighty, man. Where the fuck's all that gone?
So what's new with you, mate? How's work going?
It's okay. I'm on my own now. I'm on my lonesome.
Yeah.
So I finally done me mental stuff, and I've learned all my runs. So I'm out on my lonesome now. Job done. Absolutely.
You enjoying
loving it,
this
mate.
more than the Amazons that you were doing before?
Oh, without a doubt, it's less hassle. Plus, there's a guy in the UK, Amazon driver killed. He's murdered, protecting his van.
What?
Got killed. Yeah. Somebody tried to rob his van, tried to protect it, and they stabbed him. What the fucking world's like we're living in, mate? It's fucking getting worse. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, the world we're living in.
Why? What?
but why? We always said, we were always told if somebody wants the fucking van, give them it. They don't stand there and protect it, give them it.
Yeah.
Sure enough, he decided the other. He said he didn't want to give him it, so and he paid the ultimate price, unfortunately. Poor bastard. Why has that done that?
Guess what I'm wicking this with, mate? The cellular cotton you sent me.
Cellular cotton? That's cool.
Works just fine.
This has really fucked me off, this. I've just opened me project there on DaVinci Resolve, but I've just done all my editing on, and now there's no media files. This computer's fucked. So annoyed with it.
You have a hard drive going bad.
Well, it's got an external, you know, it's on my H drive, which is literally a brand new drive. And then I've got my SD card off my camera plugged directly into the computer and still not fucking finding it. Now it is this DaVinci Resolve, it's getting more and more taxed on your computers all the time. You're gonna have to buy a supercomputer to run this shortly, like it's just using more and more shit.
I was surprised how big the download file was.
Exactly, because it already had the beta versions out. You thought it would just be a little bit add-on, but fuck me, jeez, it was huge.
Well, the AI that they have back in there, matter of fact, when I upgraded to this latest version 19, it had to recalculate and re-optimize all the different AIs that are incorporated into it. It literally took like 30 minutes to optimize the different features. But man, was it worth it. When I went to open the files, everything opens like this and it plays right away.
Mine's not. Mine's doing the opposite. It's just not fucking having it. It is just dying.
Downloads. The zip file.
Reformat.
The zip file for DaVinci Resolve 19 Studio Edition is 5 gigabits in size.
That's zipped. Jesus.
That's
Christ
zipped.
Almighty.
Wild.
I think they're pushing the home user out of the equation now because they're making it bigger and bigger and bigger, add more and more and more stuff, so it needs faster processors and faster memory. And I think that's bullshit, you know, when you paid for it, you can't run it. They're pretty much forcing you to upgrade your machine to run this fucking software.
Well, that's the latest version. You can always run the older version.
Oh, yeah, but it defeats the object, isn't it? Paying for a license, that's what you're paying for all the upgrades, updates, everything.
My computer's not that different than from yours. It's still an AM4 processor. Granted, you know, I've got the memory maxed out, but it's just standard 3600 memory.
I think this fucking computer needs a good overhaul because I've done fuck all to it for ages, to be honest with you. I mean, my fucking C drive is partly full, to be honest with you.
All right, 0.43 ohms, 45 watts. It's on the drop 1.5. I need to put a new coil in this thing.
Why do I stick it all on my J drive? That's a food for thought.
And this could definitely use some more sweetness.
A bit more sweeter, yeah. Pardon me. I'm actually registering that being plugged in. Right? Beep, 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 beep. Who's beeping? Beep, beep, I'm beeping. Who's beeping?
I'm going to have to come back to it in 24 hours and see what you taste like. Besides the fact that it needs more sweetness, it's like the smell and the aroma of the orange tastes so holistic, but the flavor is just a monotone orange note. There's no juicy or wet mouth feel to it.
Yeah, it's kind of not in your face type of thing.
It's not a juice. It's not an orange candy. It's not a piece of real fruit of any kind, whether it be tangerine or orange.
Yeah, not
like I want to add like maybe some pear to it to give it that wet mouth feel.
But yeah. It's not like I know what you mean, like a full, juicy, saturated vape, so to speak.
Yeah. But I had issues with this Capella sweet tangerine before, too. I've mixed all kinds of different recipes using that sweet tangerine from Capella, and it's just like lackluster. And you push the flavor profile, and it never really gets to be like a bright orange or tangerine.
Yeah.
Now, it's a good accent tangerine flavor note, but it takes like 3 to 4 weeks for you to really get that in a recipe as an accent.
Takes
like,
time to come
there's
through,
no
kind of
top
thing.
note to this. You know what I'm saying?
It's more something that will come in the background rather than the forefront.
I could take that orange tang and I could put this in here and there would be a beautiful crisp top note that would right away start singing orange tang, and then you would get the blending into the rest of the orange notes in there.
If only flavors wasn't tied up, eh? What a swine.
Now, if only Australian black market Butler wasn't so butt-headed.
This is it.
Stuck in his prohibitionist ways. He's already had the data and the proof to show you that the prohibitions that they went, the original prescription model, was an utter failure. When 90% of your population ignores your laws, you're not going to convince that 90% to come on your side of the game by giving more prescription, more regulations, and more limitations. They're already ignoring you.
The thing is, you should have regulated.
Thanks, Dusty.
Properly. You should have regulated it properly in the first place rather than put all these fucking bans in. The regulation.
It's the same
isn't
in the
problem.
United States, man. The FDA is an idiot thinking that they can just ban millions and millions of products and people are just going to be like, oh, okay, we just settle for nothing. Handing the market over to big tobacco. No. So you went and wasted your opportunity to regulate the industry, to provide safety measures. And that's the thing. Government should know this by now. Nothing happens overnight. When you do something overnight, everyone's going to ignore it. First off, most people don't even know about it, what you're doing.
Yeah, that's pretty much true.
So sometimes you walk into like a vape shop and you tell them, what's going on? Aren't you worried that, FDA's only authorized, 27 products, of which there's only like 4 usable things, and then you've got a couple options for each of those 4 things? You're like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, say what?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm not going to argue with you.
It's true. You tend to find the tail end of the people that selling the stuff are normally the last to know. You know what I mean? Which, they should be the first to know if they're regulating them people that's selling the product. You know what I mean?
if you truly want to regulate the market, you truly want to make sure that it's safe for people to consume this stuff, then first thing you do is you get access to the entire network and you say, okay, the first regulation is everybody must register their products. We have a database of everything that's going on. If you have to issue a recall, you have to have lot numbers for all your liquids that you make and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Track and trace, accountability, bada bing, bada boom. Awesome. Oh, by the way, next year, here's your list of things you are not allowed to put inside your liquids because we've already scientifically proven that they can be harmful.
Which would be fair enough, yeah.
Okay, there goes your DAP, diacetyl acetone and pyrazine or whatever the other thing is. There goes your DAP ingredients. Okay, no big deal. Flavor companies come out with a DAP-free version, the X flavors. Job done.
Exactly.
Now you get acquainted with the market. You find out what the safety requirements are. Find out if anybody has any issues with it. You posted a phone number for everybody to call. If you get sick, blah, 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 turn the shit in. We'll track and trace it like we do lettuce and meat and everything else in the world.
Exactly. Fucking nuts, man. I'll put it down as a very missed opportunity.
I would say that it's the greatest missed health opportunity in our lifetimes.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, if they want to make money out of it, they could have easily anyway, regardless. They would have still made the money. They would have still collected their taxes on it, just like they did before.
They could have very easily implemented user fees for all these products, and the industry would have been happy to pay it to stay in the game. To keep making money. To keep the experts in the stores showing people, hey, let me hold your hand. I quit with this, and this is how I got it to work. I've got, hundreds of other customers that are in the same boat you're in. They've been down the same, rabbit hole. Here's what I've learned over the last 10 years on, what works for people and what doesn't work.
Throw it out.
Like the lady that was in the store yesterday or day before yesterday. And I'm like, I said, you just quit smoking? She's like, yeah. But these disposables, they're just too harsh on my throat. Okay. Maybe you need something that's not so harsh on your throat. Like one of these pod systems with not a 50 milligram liquid, maybe like a 6 milligram liquid.
Yeah. But again,
I don't want to get into that. I just wanted this so I don't smoke and then I'm going to quit everything. Okay, good luck.
You can kind of see that's like where the disposable bottle comes in, because some people that just don't want that shit. They just want to pick one up, blah, blah, blah. Done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they want a fag, they want a dirty, they want to smoke. They just grab their disposable and...
Bang. Yep. Job done.
Ooh, that's rough on my throat. Oh, I don't want that. Go about your business, and in 5 minutes you're like, oh, well, I don't need to smoke. I feel good now.
But then again, if she's not used to it, then you do get that little bit of a hit until you get used to, accustomed to it.
Especially
just like when you first pick a cigarette up.
Quit smoking.
Yeah. Especially when you first picked a cigarette up, you probably coughed your bollocks off, but you persevered. You've got to do the same thing with a vape.
Yeah, and now the way that the situation is set up, when you actually pick up a cigarette, it renumbs your cilia in your airways.
Yeah.
It anesthetizes your airway, and that's why you can smoke. And that toxic fumes are coming down past your throat, and it doesn't bother your throat at all. You just get a little tickle back there.
Yeah.
A little throat hit because your throat absorbs the nicotine first, and then your lungs absorb it.
Yeah. See, like I said, maybe should just persevere with them a little bit, a bit more. She would have got used to it.
But she was obviously in the store to buy another vape because it worked for her to some degree. And if she perseveres, she'll eventually look for a cheaper option.
Without a doubt. Might even become a hobbyist.
Down that road.
Well, maybe. Good luck with it. Good luck with it, you know what I mean? If it gets her off the cigarettes, happy days.
Or maybe she'll just quit altogether.
Yeah. Happy days.
More power to her.
You know, they say vaping gets you off the stinkies. It doesn't mean that you're going to be addicted to vaping. You can still use that, and then you can't quit vaping. You can quit everything. You can, you know, vaping is probably easier to quit than cigarettes. But I think depending on how long you've done. I mean, if you've been a hobbyist for as long as us, and you know, can you imagine you going out the door without your vape? You'd be fucking crawling the wall, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but the anxiety goes away once you've been smoke free long enough. It's so easy. Like this thing that we had last week, you know, it was a nice toy. This is actually a smartwatch. When my son was here, it's got an animation on the screen. It's got a speaker built into it. You can hook it up to an app that you download onto your phone. You can get your messages on here, Facebook Messenger or whatever. It's legit a fitness app, a smartwatch app.
Fuck, really?
And a disposable. And this thing costs like $25.
Holy shit.
And it's got a connection. I don't know if it's Bluetooth or if it's near field communication, but it receives stuff from my phone. Now, a lot of the stuff on there, like step counter, doesn't work on this. I didn't expect it to. That's not why I bought it. The fact that it had all that extra stuff and some of it works is fantastic. My son was disappointed because the Minesweeper game didn't work.
Oh.
I'm like, it's a disposable.
It's a vape, mate, not a fucking mobile.
But if they're coming out with this now, what's it going to be like in 5 years? When it actually is a smartwatch. And you can pop out the battery, you can pop in a new battery, and it'll be standardized. And you can pop out the coil and the tank section and swap them in and out, different flavors.
Yeah.
There's so many potential avenues for advancement of this technology, but they just don't want it.
That's so weird, though. I mean, imagine that in 5 years, it'd probably tell you how much nicotine you're taking in and everything, wouldn't it? You know what I mean? You've just inhaled 3 milligrams of it.
And the thing is, you could legit program it to increase the interval between the times you're allowed to take a puff. Just add a second or 5 seconds or 2 seconds every day or every time you use it, even if you really wanted to. And it would slowly wean you off of it.
Yeah. That's so cool. The technology is just, wow, just shot, hasn't it? It's frightening what they're going to do next. I mean, don't worry about it.
It's frightening that scientists don't look at it and understand the fact that the technology for these things keep marching on and on and on, which means they're doing tests and scientific stuff in the background, ensuring that a coil lasts longer. And the only way a coil can last longer is if it stays in its original configuration the longest.
Yeah.
So technically, it has no choice but to get healthier and healthier to the limit of the contents of the fluid in it.
Definitely. It's just mind-boggling, though, isn't it? Absolutely mind-boggling. What
freaking pineapple! I still can't get over how good that is.
It just makes you wonder what they're going to come up with next. Fucking creepy, man. Smartwatch.
And that flavor is getting better now that coil's starting to break in. You know yourself, when you dry burn your coils, you get that off taste, that first tank.
Yeah. You got to bed it in with a bit of tank, haven't you?
That's not bad. Still kind of monotone, but for a shaken vape, I'm happy with it. I've had much worse. At least it's not musk.
You know you like musk.
Nah. Well, sir, we've hit the 5-hour mark once again.
Again already? You blah, blah, laugh. You're having a bloody laugh, son. Really? Jeez,
I sure am.
Christ, where's that gone? Where the hell's that gone?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. Hope you guys all have a fantastic day, and we'll see you same time, same place next week.
Yes, boys and girls, as always, thank you very much for hopping in. We do appreciate all you guys turn up and chat. You do make the show. Again, remember to check out all of Alex's links to post up all your hand checks and your jokes and all that stuff. You can find them on Twitter, and WhatsApp, Facebook, Discord. If you can't find them, there's something wrong with you. Trust us, you can find them. Yeah, post all your stuff up there. We'd love to mention it all on the show. Again, as always, thanks to Alex for having me on. Even though I am a bit elusive nowadays with work, it just seems like a week on, week off. I feel like I'm doing shift work on here. But as always, boys and girls, hopefully same time, same place next week. And until then, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we shall see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
I'm driving in my car, the road is long and full of dust. The landscape changes around me, on and on, I feel immersed. Whatever happened to me, happened for my highest good. I read that in so many books, now it's almost understood. I'm moving on and on. On and on. I'm moving on and on. On and on. Seagulls fly around the beach house that I rented for a while. You can try to find my number or my FBI file. Sweet is my location, sweet as well my destination.